All right, so there's a lot of changes around the corner coming for Season of Discovery Phase 5, presumably. Look, there's a PTR up at the moment, guys. As you're hearing this, you can jump into BWL and ZG with some interesting flex numbers behind them, and you can go and have fun with all your friends. Please do dive in and test the living shit out of those raids for the crew. We're going to discuss those raids, but we're also going to discuss some pretty interesting class changes coming in for Season of Discovery. Bit of everything here today, guys. We're going to spend the first hour and a half discussing what's available now on the PTR for testing in terms of classes and content. And we're also going to discuss eventually, later on in the podcast, the really exciting, huge, interesting results from Ubiquitous' survey. So last week and the week before, we've been talking about this survey all the time. You guys have been really, really good with being interested in it. You've been filling it out. We got over 3,300 responses. We're absolutely stoked. I was hoping for 500, and we got to 3,300 through some amazing communities, through the Countdown community, through the subreddit community, through Blaze and Bob's community, Eben Hart, Hammer Dance, Zayu fills it out today. So the 3,300 is basically before Zayu even got involved. So look, I'm sure that number will grow. We're really, really stoked with the number of results and the enthusiasm behind it. So thank you to all of you. Those results will be shared with the devs. I'm going to crash tackle Clay, Agrand, Tim, and say, guys, please don't just humor me. Actually look at this and you know, we've done something fun for you. And hopefully when they're taking a shit one day and they've got some spare time, they'll take a look at it. But guys, that's been brilliant. We'll get to that later on. Let's talk about the PTR, everything happening in Season of Discovery right now. I want to start with the raids, and we'll introduce all of our speakers as well, actually, before I get there, and just say g'day to everyone real quick. Fucking Ubi, how are you, mate?
Pretty good.
Good, that's the way. Vestige, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for letting me back.
Good to have you. Sorry I foughted. Welcome back.
Good to be back, Josh.
That's the
Excited
way.
for BWL.
That's the way. Go. Always a pleasure to have you, my friend.
Yo. Thanks for having me on, man.
Mate, good to have you. DC Green, first time caller to the show. We met you earlier in the week in the Discord. Lovely to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Ducks, mate, welcome along.
Hey, Josh, nice to meet you. Thank you for having me.
My absolute pleasure. And Sayon, I'm not sure if you're joining or not, but hello to you. How are you, mate?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been on the podcast, probably about, 4 years or something.
Oh,
so
there
I
you
think
go.
I was on episode 4 or something.
So which one were you on? Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly. We talked about STV.
STV. Okay, good times. Yeah. That was a long time ago. All right, welcome back, man. All right, guys, look, let's rip into it. I'll try and sort out your volume. Don't worry, guys, as you hear on the podcast, if people are high, low in volume as we start out, if you watch the stream, you'll see I adjust everyone's volume as we go along, so hopefully you'll smooth out. So just give me a few minutes to sort that out. But let me throw this one out to the crowd, guys. I think the big first point is, and this kind of flows into Ubiquitous' survey in a way, in that one of the questions was asking us, hey, look, for the next big thing in Classic, what kind of raid size do you guys actually prefer? You know, 20s, 40s, flex, 10s, all that kind of shit. And we'll get to the results of that question, which is interesting. But it seems like Blizzard has heard the community on this one, because there was a lot of calls for flex rating. We want flex, let us kind of do what we want to do in these raids. Just set a minimum threshold and then let us go bananas after that. And that's exactly what's happened with BWL and ZG. They've gone, all right, look, here's how it's going to work. ZG, 10-man raid, absolutely tuned for 10 people, but you can take up to 20 if you want. It's just your show, your party. You divvy up the loot however you deem fit. The loot, the amount of drops will not change. That's a headache for you and your guild or your pug. Cool. All right, no dramas. BWL, same rules apply. 20-man raid, all right? This is tuned for 20 people. But if you're a fucking old school vanilla enthusiast, take 40 if you want. We'll let you take up to 40. But again, you guys sort out the headache with the loot, because we're not giving you any more loot. I am really happy with this. I think this is fantastic. And generally, this is being very, very well received just in the few hours since we got told this. opening it up to the crowd. All of you yell over the top of each other for the battle to who gets to speak first. What do you guys think? Are you happy or not?
Extremely happy.
There you go. Why, Forded?
One, it helps for those middling guilds that have 20 hardcore raiders and 5 bench people that are forced to pug. It allows them to flex in people. And also, it allows for a more diverse community. You're not hard stopping at 20 people in a pug because you're capped at that. If you have some down DPS, you can recruit some more. Hey, we got 5 more spots open, boys. Come on, come get some gear. It doesn't limit the community.
Anyone else?
Would it make it to where guilds could bring in classes that are just kind of AFK in the back just for a buff? Like, say you bring in a feral, feral's not doing high damage, so you have, let's just say, mages are topping the meters. You pull a mage in, but you have your feral in cat form in the back just to give wild strikes. So they're not really doing anything, but they could be like the 21st person in the raid just chilling. I don't know.
I mean, why not?
That seems kind of scuffed. Like if it was only limited to 20 for BWL, but now that it's 40, you can have buff classes just AFK and then have more strictly DPS, like top damage single target that are actually there to do damage.
But Warcraft Logs has already said that they're probably going to cap the logs at 20. So if you take more than that because you're doing the buff classes, if you're going there for parses, your parses aren't going to count for anything. So
that's fair enough then.
Were you just worried about passes or were you worried about the fuckwit just tagging along and watching Netflix and doing nothing and being like, I'm helping?
No, I was just thinking that people would have like a second account to just be chilling and not even playing just for a buff. Or like say mages suck, but you have a mage in the back just to give arcane intellect to everybody so that it stays on and doesn't fall off because they buffed and then left the raid.
It wouldn't bother me. Having some useless bot that brought a buff sounds like enhancement shaman from vanilla to me. It's the exact same thing. So
yeah, it's a
it sounds like a boom. It sounds like a boomkin from vanilla.
Hey, let me go. Let me throw it to Ducks. Ducks, go for it.
No, I just think that's a very vanilla. That's a core part of Vanilla identity, in my opinion. Right? Is just being able to bring kind of anybody that you want. Traditionally these are raids that are not especially difficult. These are raids that if we're being honest, guys, we were clearing this with like 15, 20 people anyway, and we had 15, 20 people who were just there to fuck around. And weren't contributing a whole lot. So in my opinion, this doesn't change a whole lot. I think it's probably a net positive.
I completely agree. I hear your concern. I think at the end of the day, trust me, no one likes yelling at people doing nothing in a raid like me. But that doesn't faze me as much with this. If people do want to have the buff bot, whatever, it's up to the guild or the pug to have their own headaches and fights about, if that fucking buff bot then goes, oh, hey, I want that piece of loot that just dropped. Hey, I brought the buff, give me the loot. It's a minor concern for, basically a greater good in flex rating, in my opinion.
Yeah, you give them one role and give everybody else that's main spec and main raid on that role 2 roles.
I mean, I was even thinking it would be somebody like me. I would play on my boomkin, but I would bring mage on my second account that I would just put my boomy on follow, just so that we could have arcane intellect. Not that person that would bring a buff like that would actually be playing.
Yeah,
it would
why
just
not?
be somebody else's account.
Why not?
Yeah, Yeah, that's the thing. You can do that. I don't really care. Oh well, if you can be asked, I just wouldn't be bothered to run to even on follow and shit. I just wouldn't be bothered. And then even if people are bothered, it doesn't affect my raid. And it could even be a good thing to further down the line, just not waste loot. You could just bring oh yeah, we'll bring your shit alt in, whatever.
Here's an interesting question for you that probably has an easy answer, but I thought warrants a little bit of thought either way. What do you think the the majority of pugs will do here? What will the pug scene look like? Will it be, and let's focus in on ZG, will it be just get to 10 and go in and do your thing? Or will it be get 20 so that we overcome the issue of being a pug and the inevitable handful of people who fucking don't press their buttons? Take 20, deal with the loot, and just blast this place as opposed to semi-struggling with 10. What do you guys think will happen?
I think it's more of a boon to like guilds with benches. I think pugs are like clamoring for 10-mans to return since phase 1.
Absolutely.
And phase 2.
Absolutely.
So they're probably going to be stoked to just do it with 10.
I'm very stoked. I think this is amazing. I'm Captain
Probably
Pug.
flex to 15.
Sorry, Ford, to say it again.
Most pugs are probably going to flex to 15 for ZG to begin with, just to give that cushion of, hey, we don't really want to spend, 3 wipes on Hakar or 3 wipes on Tiger because we can't tank all the ads.
Well, that's what I'm getting at is I could see a world where more pugs than not aren't necessarily happy with 10. They want to take a few more.
Yeah, it'll just depend on your group. Like if I'm making it and let's say I'm the main tank and I'm geared as fuck, you'll go, all right, and then I've got my mate playing, he's a really geared healer. You'll go, all right, we can probably do it with 10 straight off the bat, just with 2. Like it's like when you used to do a VOA and you'd go absolute bare minimum because you knew you actually had 4 people that could DPS. But if you just knew that your raid was full of shit geared ults, you'd go, oh fuck it, we'll toss 3 more in. We'll go with 3 more DPS.
Exactly, it gives you options. Whereas old ZG, you had to have 2 geared tanks, you had to have 2 really good healers, and then the rest you actually had to have DPS that were competent and knew how to press their buttons and move.
I actually like that they've gone with a very classic method of there's not actual tuning. Like it doesn't change whether you take 12, 15, 18 or 10 or 20. I like that it's just a blank slate. It's all the same because that is we are all doing the same raid technically. It's just you're kind of griefing yourself if you do go in with 20 unless you're just there for good vibes and talking shit on Discord. But I think that's the right way to go about it. I wouldn't have wanted the full retail where the boss has 100k more health because you brought in a 13th player instead of 12, and that's more work for the devs and all that shit. So
I think I was on the podcast last week saying I'm not like I'm okay with the raid working around how many people you bring, so the kind of tuning that you're talking about, Ubi. But the more I think about it for Classic, like hearing your point then and hearing what the guys have said so far, I am being one arounds to this does feel very vanilla-like, and maybe, me saying, if you got 17, just make it an appropriate difficulty for 17 and have the raid tune itself around that number. It's probably better this way as opposed to that way. So I'm with you on that one. Someone else is going to jump in there. Go for it.
So Ani right now is a flex raid where they say you're supposed to be able to do with 20, but you can go up to 40. So the first week when I pugged it, my very first week, we tried 20, got our asses kicked because people died in the fire because they're stupid. And then we brought in 5 more people, died again, brought in 5 more people. We ended up with like 35, 37, and we killed it and moved on. So that's probably what's going to happen to most pugs.
All right. Guys, I'm really interested to see how this will work out. I think that this announcement, if anything, has some of the bigger ramifications for whatever's coming next when we, start eventually talking about Classic Plus and whatnot. I think that this phase with this announcement will now, people talk about, the lack of GDKPs is what's killing SoD, blah, 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 even though I don't agree that SoD is being killed. The lack of GDKPs is killing the enthusiasm. There would be so many more players if you just opened it up to GDKP. But I think a move like this actually could really be the shot in the arm that the rating scene needs. Just simple flex rating, like you're saying, just going, hey, take 10 if you want, take 20 if you want, it's all good. People will go bananas with this, but it's more like you guys said, the return of 10-man rating is huge. Huge. I really, truly believe that some of the great popularity of Phase 1, a bulk of it can be attributed to 10-man rating. Now, I know the numbers went down in Phase 2. Wait, Phase 2 didn't have a 10-man, did it? It went up to 20-man, right?
No, it had.
And
No, it didn't,
Yeah,
that's right. Noma was 10. Sorry, Noma was 10. So I know the numbers went down in Phase 2 with Noma, and people would say, well, look, it's not 10-mans that people care about. The numbers were already starting to go down. But I still just feel that 10-man has a certain level of comfort and fun to it, that obviously it's relatively low effort to get 10 people together. I think it's going to be a really, really, really good thing for SoD as it's starting to not heat up, but we're really having the game unfurl itself in front of us. The devs are clearly still making a shitload of, like, I think Ubi, the point was made about, like, I was even probably going to half say, I wonder if they're half wrapping it up on SoD and really the bulk of the manpower now is being devoted to the next thing. Like, they've got to be developing the next thing. They can't just sit here and go full hog on SoD while also simultaneously working on Classic Plus. But then here they are with some of these changes being announced for Phase 5 that makes it seem like all these new items that we'll get to, all these new class changes, and the really like fine-tuning on everything. Like, it does seem like when I, heard that they were busy as fuck working on the next big thing, I just presumed Classic Plus, but it's actually Phase 5. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's a surprise. It surprised me that they did this, but at the same time, because it's in that classic manner of not actually having like number tuning specifically to how many you take, that obviously takes a fuckload of work off it. And this is just kind of like you can just apply this going forward. And while you don't know if they're going to try a different route further along the line, but if this is a massive success, which it sounds like it might be in terms of the flex rating, maybe we could just assume that this will happen for the next phases as well. Like AQ and Nax will be 20 to 40 and so forth.
Oh, I think it would be great. Go for it.
Well, and I don't even think that we were guaranteed these raid sizes previously. They said that, hey, we're going to do 20-man Molten Core, but we don't know if we can do 20-man BWL. So just to be able to getting this, I think, is a huge win. And I honestly think if they came out with 40-man BWL, that would have killed it, because people have been like, I can't do that. We can't get that many people. We can't organize this. That's just too much for SoD.
Oh my God.
So them going down to 20-man and even 10-mans now, that's just going to be an insane boost for people. I can't tell you how many times we would have loved to have one or two extra people just signed up, because we know somebody's going to drop. Like, hey, you can have 22 people sign up, but one or two might drop for real life issues. We're all freaking adults now, and so just to be able to say, okay, yeah, well, everybody did show up. We can bring 22 people, and it's not going to be the end of the world.
I'm so with you there. I've been saying for a few months now, there is no fucking way that 40-man rating is coming to SoD. And what I meant by that was mandatory 40-man rating, like the minimum people, like not what I mean, not the minimum, but like this is tuned for 40 people.
For it.
Yeah, exactly. I've been saying there's zero fucking chance that happens to SoD, and the amount of people that are like, no, they'll do it, man, they'll do it. It's fucking gonna be sick. I'm completely with you, Vestige. Can you imagine the world where this announcement today actually said, hey guys, we've done 40-man BWL, it's tuned for 40 people. That's classic, baby. Go out and have fun. That I dare say that would have really actually murdered SoD.
Yeah, then you're telling all the small guilds, hey, go out, merge, or die.
Yeah, we're running 3 teams right now on MC just to make sure we could have enough people if it did happen. Now, obviously, we could run different, more smaller groups and keep running our 320s or whatever. But we were having to get prepared for that situation, because not so many guilds got destroyed going from 10 to 20. So many got destroyed going up from further phases too. And it's just like, you could not do that again. Doing that again would reset all the guilds worse than they were reset last phase.
I mean, it is only ZG that's 10-man. It's not BWL. You're still going to want to do 20-man.
Yeah, it's a 20-man, but it's not a 40-man.
Right, we're talking about the max lockout raid of that phase.
There's some people saying like, oh, 20-man's killed us. You're going back to 20-mans now. It's not like they're gone. Just wanted to clarify.
Well, going from 10 to 20, if you were unprepared, probably killed you.
Well, the part I like now, tell me if there's anyone here who thinks they're going to be in this boat. I enjoy the introduction of the 10-man with the 20-man because I'm an agent of chaos. Now we get the guilds and the inter-guild politics vying for who's going to be on the A team.
Yeah, you split your 20 into two 10s for
Yep.
ZG, and you
Yep.
know that one team's way better than the other.
Yep,
every
coach
time.
is holding tryouts, but not really because we all know who's going to be on the fucking. It's like we joke. This is an Australian thing, guys. I don't know. You can say varsity and junior varsity if you want, but we do the old like who's going to be on the under 14As and the under 14Bs. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
But in 2 weeks, people will have run enough CGs to get their rep and everything, and on their mains, and people will start going to pugs on their mains and hosting hard reserves and whatnot. It's gonna be like the Ani scene now. You don't have mandatory guild Anis anymore for the majority of SoD players.
I still haven't done Oni and SoD. I'm such a piece of shit. Like I am the worst fucking person in the world. I haven't done an Oni yet. I'll blow your mind.
You're
even
the
more.
Run a
host.
WoW podcast. What the hell are you doing?
I have you guys to carry me.
Well, now you're going to be carried through BWL. Congratulations.
Do you know, I said this on the show and no one said anything a few weeks ago. This is where I get my WoW card taken away from me. You guys know I've only done Oni like once in my life, like 15 years ago, right?
What?
Yeah. I haven't done
You
Oni.
didn't do
I have not
Oni
done
on
Oni
Classic?
in Classic.
Dude, that's a 50 GDKP minus.
I know. I've not done Oni in any form in Classic. Wrap your fucking heads around that. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what to say to you.
I know.
Like, come on, man.
I hate the attunement.
I only did about 200, so you covered.
Yeah.
To be fair, the attunement is horrible.
The attunement is AIDS.
I
to be
hate
fair
it.
there.
I fucking hate it. I really, I hate it very passionately. Like I'm up to, I know it's account wide and SoD, so that's cool and everything. I think that was a great move, but like I've been very slowly plugging my way through it. But like I'm up to now I've got to go kill the 3 dragons. And I'm just like every step I make it along the way in the attunement, I just have this overwhelming, I couldn't be fucked thing wash over me. But anyway, I'll get there eventually.
Come on, Josh.
I'll
come
get
on.
there eventually.
You know you want to get
eventually.
that trinket set that summons the little flame guards and
Well,
dragons
it's
around
funny
you all
because
the
I
time.
say I'm such a massive loot whore, but like I've been going against my loot whore ways in SoD a little bit the last few weeks, where like because I've been such a horrible guild member, and my guild really has all the right in the world to talk mad shit about me. I raid log on my character. He's still in his. I mean, this is people will laugh, but like, please understand, I'm doing other stuff in the game, guys. My raiding character, my regular raiding character, is still in his Emerald Warden set, the level 50 set. He has 0 enchants. Rocked up to raid last week with 0 consumes because I forgot. Well, actually, that's not true. I had consumes, but I forgot to buy a fucking flask. So I told the raid, I was like, look, I'm not flasked up. Sorry, whatever. What else? He raid logs, no enchants, level 50 gear. It's a healer, so like it's not like that big of a deal, and we clear the content. But like I get that like I am a horrible guildie, putting in 0 effort. If I'd be punted to the bench straight away if they weren't only just filling the 20 number. But yeah, not attuned to Oni. So when they go to Oni after MC, I just leave and they're like, yeah, bye, dickhead. Like I'm so bad.
So you're the B team captain.
Oh, if I even make it to the B team.
No, that's what you're the biggest. You get the most benefit from this flex rating because
Yeah, but
even if you are the most dog shit, underprepared raider in the world and you're just the 11th player, you're still going to make it easy. Unless you're like full smooth brain and you're fucking up mechanics and shit.
I mean, you just go as
Yeah.
Boomkin and sit in the back for the mages.
If anyone's wondering, I mean, the reason I do this is that's a character I've just tapped on the shoulder and said, this is my eyes and ears to the raid. I run a podcast. I need to see these raids. This guy gets me in the raids to see everything. You guys know I'm not much of a raid fan. I am raid logging on that character, but I mean, I don't know if you guys ever see me on Discord. Like, you can see the numbers. Like, I'm putting in something like 60 to 80 hours a week on SoD. Because I'm leveling other tunes. I'm trying everything. I'm PvPing. Trust me, I'm playing the game. It's not that I'm raid logging and never playing the game, so don't think that. But anyway, I'm just a piece of... It's the trials and tribulations of being a podcast host that needs to fucking know a bit more about the game than ordinarily I would see. But guys, let's move on. Shall we discuss some of these very spicy and interesting class changes and tier sets coming into Phase 5? Some of you will be licking your lips over this. Ubi, I might start with you, and fucking the rogues. Really, really interesting change, particularly with rogue tanks coming in. We'll get to the tier set in a second, but Ubi, I presume that you've gone over this with a fine-tooth comb. If I can start with the interesting nerf to just a flesh wound. They've now basically, they've done the same thing with warlock tanks as well. I don't know if this is a thing where they've just gone, you know what? We're not quite comfortable with the new tanks doing as much damage as they are. And, you know, rogue tanks were so good. The argument was out there that they are the best tank in the game. I'm not sure. That might be up for debate. We called that coming into Phase 4. They've been very, very good. However, now to have 20% of their damage nerfed while basically in tank stance or whatever you would call it, as you've got just a flesh wound equipped. Is it a kick in the nuts, Ubi, or is it fair?
I get flamed for it in Simon's Discord occasionally, but I don't think it's a bad thing that the tank does a little bit worse. As long as they've been compensated in that they're going to have their threat increased. But in my world, I don't like seeing tanks like literally just do DPS damage while getting to be the tank. But not all tanks agree with that. Some of them do like to pump.
I think it's preemptive. I think rogues were probably going to scale like way too well with the BWL gear and all the new weapons and stuff like that. And so this is just them getting ahead of that problem and preventing rogues being like the de facto best tank that you can have.
Right. They nerfed a few things. They nerfed like Drake Fang Talisman as well, so it no longer has the dodge, which I think is directly because rogue tanks, right? I think it's just, like you're saying, you're kind of getting ahead of a problem. They're already kind of too...
Let's Sion.
Are you there?
Let's Sion jump in. Go
Are you
for
there,
it, mate.
Sion? Yeah, he's the biggest brain rogue tank in all the Discord.
Oh, good stuff. Go for it, Sion.
Will be best.
Yeah, I think they've already got a problem. 20% damage reduction is probably necessary. I disagree with it being on Blade Dance because we spent like 4 phases looking for a reason to press it and using Envenom instead. And we finally have a reason to press it, and now they're making it feel like shit to press. So I think it should be just built into just a flesh wound. And I'll just say I've also seen some other builds that break the 100% avoidance this phase. So that's going to be another problem.
There you go. I love the commitment as well when people are driving and calling into the show. It's fucking awesome. I actually really, really love hearing it. Does that all make sense to you, Ubi?
Yeah, that's what I've been reading as well. Like, Blade, it's weird that it's tacked onto Blade Dance. Just make equipping our tank rune make us do less damage then.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed that it is attached to Blade Dance and not just built into just a flesh wound. Just to unfurl the grounded question there, guys. Fucking sorry, I'm laughing because I'm like, Granda, sorry, Your Majesty. What do you think about tank numbers in terms of SoD? And like, you know, I am playing retail. It's funny, I went back and listened to my speech on retail last week on the pod, and I've been giving it more of a go. I'm trying to push through, and I've been playing a lot of retail this past week. And I'm playing a Blood DK. And obviously, it's not necessarily just a retail thing. This is something that we saw come in with Kata. Tank numbers do get a little bonkers. Not necessarily a classic thing, though. The average classic player obviously is used to seeing, particularly in vanilla, the tank being right down the bottom of the meters, that you're just there to hold threat, you're not there to pump, blah, 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 unless Fury Prot or whatever, you know what I mean. Do you guys prefer this system of, I like my MMOs with the tank just above the healer on the meters and everyone else above him? Or do you like, if you play tank, no, I should have a rightful shot at the number 1 slot as is my God-given birthright?
I like it
I
when
think
tanks don't do damage.
Yeah?
I like it when they do a little bit of damage, but definitely not main spec DPS damage.
Okay, let me start.
Yeah, they should be at the end of the DPS.
All right.
Your job is to get hit in the face and put the boss where it's easiest for me to hit it in the ass.
Fair enough.
You can still do a fair amount of spike damage or thorns damage if you're a warrior or a paladin with your block. If your block is high enough and your block value is high enough with some of the set bonuses, you can do a lot of damage. If
Our
something's
main
hit,
prot pally is almost always one of the top of the meters because his block is so insane, and with the damage he reflects back, it's just insane.
Let me throw it to
Right,
Sayon. Let me
but-
throw it to Sayon. Hang on, Ford. Let me throw it to Sayon. Mate, you were going to say something earlier. Jump in.
I mean, I just think somewhere in the middle is probably a good spot. Like, it feels bad being just barely above the healers, but at the same time, I think you shouldn't be at the front of the pack either. So,
Right.
I don't know. I think tank skill should be based on, like, not just DPS, but how well you position the boss and maybe, timing on different defenses and that sort of thing.
Yeah. I like a world where the tank... I mean, don't get me wrong, I love being able to top meters in retail, and I'm doing leveling dungeons on my Blood DK and topping meters semi-regularly, which it's fun, it's the dopamine and all that shit. But in terms of classic, I enjoy whether I'm healing or tanking, and I know this doesn't happen with healers, but this is more like a kata healer thing than a vanilla healer thing. But I enjoy being expected to be down the bottom, but if you're performing, being able to beat the lazy players and wind up in the middle of the pack, like you're saying, Sayon, is something that I really get a big kick out of. I like paying attention, going high, relatively high APM, doing my job well, and then looking down at the meters at the end of the dungeon and being like, I beat one of the DPS players who was on holiday. Fuck you. I'm awesome. I don't know. That's what I like to see.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think a tank that's fucking pumping, and actually playing the game well, should beat ordinary DPS for sure. So around that 70% output, but then obviously if you're zugging, and there's always the risk to reward, your tank can always be a bit more greedy or build towards that, and it's just more work for the healers. So.
Yeah, I think that's where. Sorry, my first time jumping.
Oh no! Hey, mate.
Yeah, I'm a Prot War main. I'm the main tank for my guild. Been Prot War. It's been my thing since 2019. SoD's been an interesting journey for Prot Wars. If you remember Phase 1, there was a phase where Prot Wars with just the one button spam of Devastate were basically top 3 in DPS. And that was fun because we didn't really have good AoE. The other tanks were outclassing us in other areas. But now here in Phase 4, it's kind of interesting because in terms of overall damage, I think we're the lowest tank. And a lot of the ones that are pushing for the Parsis as a tank, I guess the ones that do that, they're going for more of a Fury build, almost like 2019 old school Fury prot with, I think, fresh meat, dual wielding, and some other things there to kind of get up in threat. I'm looking forward to some things in Phase 5 with some data mining and stuff. I feel like for Warriors, it's nice when, kind of like what the other panelists were saying, when you come to the raid with full world buffs, you've got your gear itemized perfectly with different set bonuses. You are showing up with your jujus, with your winter firewater, all that stuff. I'd like to be able to have that paid off a little bit. It's been tricky in Phase 4 with Warriors, but I think that's kind of the good balance I hope that the devs are kind of chasing for. Do I want to be top 10 on overall or top 5 overall in DPS? Yeah, that'd be awesome. But really, just as long as threat is solid and it's an impactful, rewarding rotation, which prot does feel really good in terms of rotation and utility, but damage, it's definitely down right now compared to some of the others.
Fuck, how's that for an opening salvo for your introduction to the show, Ubi?
Yeah,
Fucking smashed
sorry.
it.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Hashtag welcome to the circus.
All right, fucking
Yay.
cast your votes for Rookie of
I'll
the
take
Week.
it.
No, sorry, Unrec. I should have said hello earlier. I was being very rude.
No, you're good.
And welcome along, Rhett, as well. Hey, mate, how you going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks so much for joining, guys. Look, I find that it is quite interesting what they're doing with the tanks because, like I said, it's not just the rogues, it's the warlocks as well that have had a little bit of a change coming in. I just one last thing, Ubi, on the rogues before we move on. Like, you hang out in whatever fucking degenerate places that rogues hang out in. Is the vibe on this early positive or negative?
When rogues see items that give us energy back, we all just turn into fucking Planet of the Apes, like squealing with excitement because more energy is more fun.
True.
There are items that are gonna give us that proc.
Oh no, we'll get to that soon. We'll get to that. Just talking about the Just a Flesh Wound thing, but well, actually, we might as well finish off on the other rogue shit because, look, guys, there was a blue post that spelled out some of these changes that are officially coming, and then there was data mine stuff. Now, Agrend came out again today and tapped the sign on Twitter and said, "Listen, fuckwits," and I'm verbatim quoting. No, I'm joking. He didn't say that, obviously, but like he was like, "Listen, idiots, please, remember that not everything that gets data mined is real." There is stuff in there that we just muck around with to test with that gets data mined, and all you guys think it's coming to the game, and it's not coming to the game. So just settle down, and you'll know when you know. Amongst that data mined material, we might as well talk for speculation purposes. There was more stuff in regards to the rogue. UBI, you'll have to remind me. I believe that one of them was like, what's the rune that returns 3 energy was nerfed down to 2. Is that right? Again, might have just been for test purposes, but who knows?
Focus attacks. That's already been in the game, as far as I'm aware. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're trying to make fucking main Gouch work.
Gauche, yeah.
Gauche, yeah.
Gooch.
We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if anyone will ever like pressing that button.
I'm a main Gauche enjoyer.
No,
a few times, I think.
Well, they're really trying to make main Gooch a thing, DC Green. Sorry, I'm going to get juvenile here. And someone called, who was it? Unrec called us panelists, and no, that's way too professional. This is a group of degenerates, not panelists. Trust me.
My bad.
We give degenerates a bad name.
Yeah, exactly. DC Green, mate. Tell me on the main Gauche thing. They're really trying to make this a thing. What's your thoughts on that?
I like it a lot. I think that it's kind of clunky in that you just suffer compared to like all the other tanks because you can't pull really fast in a dungeon because if you're in between like the 10 seconds that it's like going back on cooldown and your Sinister Strike isn't empowered, it feels really bad. So in my experiences, which I have a few experiences tanking like PRD and Stratholme and stuff like that, but when you're going to like the next pack and the main Gauche is still on cooldown, it feels horrible. But when you're in those 10 seconds where the Sinister Strike is basically free, it feels awesome. You're just tabbing and hitting everything. And now that they're adding like extra threat, it just makes that even better. Like you don't really have to worry about like dropping your combo points on different mobs and stuff like that because they're not going to go anywhere. So you don't really need to worry about like what you're going to do with that combo point before you tab over. So I think it's a really good change. I would like to just see them like do something with the cooldown overall, though. I think 20 seconds is way too long, given the average speed of like what people like to clear dungeons at.
Yubi, how do you feel about the Gooch?
Feeling okay.
All right.
But yeah, the only. Oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, I was just saying, I think it's great with the 6-piece. It's not great otherwise, but it basically feels like adrenaline rush. And with the 6-piece, T2 set, you're going to have it up all the time. So high APM is fun, as long as, you know, it's not high APM with a ton of buttons like retail. So I think it's going to be really good, actually.
While I've got you, Sayon, if you're the rogue tank guru that will self-appoint you here, maybe before we maybe lose you if you get to your destination, what were your thoughts on the data mined tier set for rogue tanks?
I got to remember what they are. I want to say the 2 pieces, stacks of rolling with the punches on combo points. That's not bad. I don't think it's amazing either. So I don't know. It's kind of nice for taunt swaps, or like, you know, so you don't need to evasion on full. So it'll be helpful for that. And then 4-piece. Remind me what 4-piece was.
I'll just have to.
4-piece is your rolling with the punches also grant 20% increased armor from items per stack.
Oh yeah, that's not good. I mean, it's better than nothing, but our items already don't have a ton of armor. So it's, I don't know, probably 10-15% damage reduction, maybe.
Yeah, and when you're already avoiding so much shit, like your armor has less impact.
Yeah, and then the 6-piece is really good just because it's really only good if you're using the main gouge or whatever. But I think it will be good with that bonus, because anytime your attacks get dodged or parried, it resets your main gouge, which means more repulse proc. You know, just permanent uptime on that 20 energy sinister strike, so it's going to be solid.
All right. Ubi, what were your thoughts on the DPS tier sets?
The 2-piece seems the most interesting of the lot. It's your opening moves have a 100% chance to make your next ability be free in energy cost, and then the other ones just increase main hand weapon damage by 10%, and the last is reducing your vanish cooldown. Although this is all, it seems like they're really gearing us up to turn to backstab, or like backstab ambush is going to be a lot more prominent because of the other ZG items and shit. So that'll be interesting.
I'm curious to see how that'll work.
Yeah, maybe they're going to get us to play a new style.
I feel like we're really enslaved to Deadly Brew because it makes our poison scale off attack power. If that wasn't the case, it feels like there would be a point where the poisons would hit a cap and then maybe backstab could supersede it. But I don't think we're ever going to do better than like having instant poison and deadly poison proccing off both our weapons with Wind Fury, with Hand of Justice, with any other kind of crazy weapons that we get. Like the ZG ones, the double swords have like a extra attack bonus proc. So I'm kind of a doubter, but I love the set bonuses. I think they're really, really cool, and I'm hoping that they're just going to be awesome for PvP.
Yeah.
All right. What about that? I know it's, you know, whether you refer to it as the pleb set or not for ZG, it'll certainly be a set that my pleb ass will be looking at. But the 5-piece ZG increasing the critical strike chance of your ambush by 30%. I mean, that's the only one that half raised an eyebrow from me, because I'm like, ooh, hang on, don't we get like 45% crit to ambush from talents plus this 30% crit? Are we plus on top of your regular crit? It's an almost guaranteed ambush.
Yeah, it will be. It'll be 100% crit, pretty much for sure.
That's spicy. I like that.
Yeah, it could be fun in some kind of PvP build of some sort.
Fucking some kind of PvP build. It's fucking the only build. It's what you should all be doing. Go out and PvP.
I personally really love the water elemental trinket because it like obscures your name, and I don't feel as bad ganking people on the way to Strathholm when I'm in the water elemental. So just getting like guaranteed ambushes and like refunding 60 energy and just like killing people that don't have a trinket on in a stun lock, like in a 2-second kidney shot or whatever, I think is going to be really fun. I'm looking forward to it.
It hides your name, does it?
Yeah, it just makes you appear as water elemental. And it's also super funny to like cheap shot someone and then like there's just a water elemental behind them and they're like, what's going on? And then they just die to it.
Oh, how funny.
We have different definitions of fun.
All right.
I am a rogue, good sir.
Guys, let's move on to let's see, who have we got here? I'm just trying to think. Go. Do you want to do druids, or should we leave it till later and see if Wonder shows his fucking head around here?
We can leave it for Wander because he does feral. He does resto a little bit. Yeah, he does it all for druid. I just do boomy.
All right. We'll see how we go. Let's see here. Unrec, do you want to dive into warriors with me?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do it.
Go
for it. No, go for it.
Prot, for Prot, it looks pretty interesting. Looking mainly at the tier 2 set, they're really leaning into parry chance for a lot of the bonuses, which is interesting. That's something that we haven't really seen too much aside from, accounting for parry haste when facing the boss a certain way. But the 2 set, you get 10 rage every time you parry or one of your attacks is parried. So I see that and I think, okay, that's basically going to replace flagellation most of the time. So I can just keep on Warbringer or something else. And then the 4 set is also interesting because it's bringing in revenge, which other warriors will know. Revenge has just been ignored. A lot of people just keep it off your bars. The one benefit it does is that it will allow you to get your shield slam procs, but still people would prefer to spend that global on Devastate with Asunder. But what this does is when you use your revenge, it grants you 30% attack speed for the next 3 swings. So the question is that global still worth it? Or like what we've preferred in all the other phases, do we just want to keep that global just for Devastate, just for Sunder, especially when you have 5 stacks? Because that's always been the case. And then the 6 set is cool. It sounds cool where when I get parried, I instantly retaliate for 200% damage to that target, and it can't be dodged, blocked, or parried. But it only occurs once every 30 seconds. So that 30-second part is what is interesting because that doesn't, I don't know. I think it should happen more often. I saw in the Pally tier set bonuses, they have one based on Reckoning where basically every time they block and you get 5 stacks or 5 points of Reckoning, it's automatically uses that talent. I don't know. I'd like to be able to have it happen a lot more than 30 seconds. But then anyway, yeah, and then on the ZG set, the 3 set bonus is what interests me. Reduces the cooldown of your shield slam by 2 seconds. And so I immediately think, can I take off Sword and Board, put on Wrecking Crew, which increases my shield slam by 10%, combined with the new fresh meat changes, which now allow it to proc off a shield slam? And can I use that as more of a threat-based build for single target by taking off Shockwave and putting on that? So in terms of Prot, that's immediately what I was looking for. If you want to go into DPS, you can. I saw a little bit of that, but that's also an interesting group of changes.
Ubi, this guy's too good for us. I feel dumb.
I'm happy to be just a listener.
I'm not a rogue though.
He can talk for the next 2 hours. I'm chilling.
You all talk about rogues, and all I know is that they're annoying as hell at Thorium Point, and I'm just as a tank. I'm just a big honor cow with lots of hit points, and all I do is pop shield wall and try to run a little bit farther.
Well, Unrec, we're going to use you while we can. You're fucking smashing it, mate. If I can get you to comment on the changes that we got via the blue post as well. Just on, obviously, that was a great spiel on the tier set bonuses that were data mined.
Right.
But look, Quick Strike, Frenzied Assault, Devastate, Fresh Meat, Rampage, it's all happening here.
Yeah.
The interesting one, I mean, again, I haven't played Warrior since Phase 1, so you'll have to excuse my ignorance. But I don't believe you can tell me otherwise that Quick Strike ever really was a thing.
No.
They're clearly trying to, I like that the team through Phase 4 and now Phase 5 has really sat down and done what we asked of them in Phase 2 and 3, which is revive dead runes. And they've really sat down and gone, look, we play the game too. There's a bunch of these things that we've made that just people aren't fucking using because they've just got no utility or no reason to be had ahead of higher DPS options or whatever. And they're really tinkering away. And first up for the Warriors here was the Quick Strike. What do you think of this? Will this change to Quick Strike make fetch a thing or not?
Hopefully. I mean, if there's any DPS arms warriors, they could speak probably more on it. And in phase 1, I tinkered with a little bit. I think the issue with arms has been it's felt like a clunky rotation that hasn't been consistent. But it looks like with those changes, to Quick Strike, they're trying to give arms that filler, and then you combine that with the change to Frenzied Assault, which increases 30% attack speed plus 2 rage every hit, then that helps to kind of, you pair that with Wild Strikes or Wind Fury, and you got yourself a filler that you push a button that does damage and your rage keeps consistent or goes up, which is what we had on the prot side with Devastate, which is why in phase 1 we could pump so hard as a tank. So with arms, I hope that's the direction that they're looking to smooth out the rotation. I know a few, though, that the DPS warriors in my guild, the Fury warriors, feel like they're being forced into it with their tier sets, and they're disgruntled also with the tier 1 set bonuses with stance dancing. So they're waiting to figure out, but it's nice to see arms getting a little bit of attention. We'll see if it pans out, but yeah, it looks interesting.
Very good. Sorry, as I'm juggling your amazing take on Warriors versus Rian and Rue flirting with each other as husband and wife in chat. You dirty, dirty people. Please settle down, you two. I was thinking of you guys again, and I always do the thing where like fuck, I've got to get Rian and Rue on to do that story, and I'm so bad that we haven't done it yet. But anyway, mate, Frenzied Assaults. Attack speed increase from this rune increased to 30% from 20%. Also causes the warrior to gain 2 rage each time they hit with a melee attack. I mean, I guess that's pretty good. I mean, the 30% increase to two-handers, that's fucking massive.
Especially on a slow two-hander, when it's like a 30% increase in swing speed on a slow weapon scales higher than, of course, for a faster one. And so for warriors, all these 4.0 Arcanine Reapers and refined Arcanine Reapers and everything else coming down the pipe. Looks like a lot of fun.
I have a question.
Go for it, Zunder. How are you, mate?
A bit sick. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry to
I was
hear.
just wondering if there's been anyone doing like the am I lagging?
Anyone doing what?
Am I lagging?
A little bit, only a little bit. Go for it. I'll try and not interrupt you.
Oh, maybe I'll ask later.
No, ask now. It's okay. Shoot it out.
I'll try and fix it, and I'll talk later.
Okay, he's lagging pretty bad. All right. Guys, where were we? Devastate. The damage dealt by this rune now generates 50% increased threat while the warrior is in defensive stance. Again, they just seem to be buffing threat across the board for all tanks. Yeah. Was this, can I ask, I'm a bit silly because I haven't been playing a tank in phase 4. Was all of these huge threat increases needed?
I think so. It can't speak to Tammy's.
Hang on. Sorry. Now you've gone robot unrec. Can you hear me? You've gone all roboty and laggy.
Go ahead.
I was just saying you've gone all roboty and laggy. We might have to we'll come back to this because the connection's a bit funny. Everyone's lagging.
Is it any better?
Oh no, now it's better. That's weird.
Okay. Hopefully it's solid now. But I mean, we talked about how before they kind of want tanks to be middle or lower middle for damage. This Devastate change kind of speaks to that with they're buffing the threat modifier. And Warrior Tank is just threat modifier built on threat modifier. And that's where we can do low damage and we still can have enough threat to keep a boss on you. And so I see this and I immediately think of the Valistraz fight because that's going to be a tricky one with threat where it holds back. So yeah.
Alrighty, but we're
Am I not lagging now?
Sorry, go for it, mate.
I was just wondering if it's fixed. I think it must have been.
Yeah, it was a
Discord that
Discord
was
issue.
lagging.
Sorry, it was for everyone, not just you. Go for it,
There's
Thunder. Ask
multiple
your question.
people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering if like anyone was playing, if what you've seen, if anyone's playing Two-Handed Fury, because that was something I really enjoyed playing Classic. You just like you finally get BRE or something, and you don't want to play Arms because it's terrible. Is there any possibility of Two-Handed Fury? Because it sounds like with some of these changes, that might be more viable.
Right. It could be. I haven't seen it in phase 3. It feels almost like Arms have kind of felt neglected. A lot of angry two-hander boys out there that felt like they were forced to switch to Fury. And now
Well,
we're kind of
that's why I played
Yeah.
Two-Handed Furies, because Arms was so terrible. Eventually, I just swapped to Fury and Nax because it did more damage. But Two-Handed's definitely fun for some people. I like both, but when the game lasts for a year and a half, sometimes you need to switch it up.
We'll put a pin in that. We better knock off the priest because Forded's got to go soon. But I'll put a pin in that. I want to ask whether or not people feel that SoD actually has quite a good amount of flexibility in terms of class feel and changes, along that like two-handed fury or dual-wield fury or fucking the hunters and all the shit they can do, lone wolf, pets, no pets, all that shit. I will come back to that. Forded, let's do priests, mates. Let me just ask you straight off the bat, did you have a look at the tier set bonuses and what were your thoughts?
I've got them pulled up on my screen, and I'm drooling over some of the shadow set.
Hit us. What are you drooling over the most?
The 4-piece and 6-piece shadow set bonus to tier 2, where Shadow Word Pain can now trigger Spirit Tap mid-fight, and then if you do 5 out of 5 Spirit Tap, you get 100% chance to get Spirit Tap if your Shadow Word Pain is still active on the target, whether you get the killing blow or not. That's insane mana regen between pulls. And if you're doing shared pain on AoE fights like the Draconoids on before Nefarian, then you're almost always topped off for the next pull. That's super, super good for Shadow Priests. Because swapping from target to target and keeping your mana regen debuffs going and whatnot, it's a pain in the ass. Then while Spirit Tap is active, your dots do 20% more damage.
Yeah, and then on top of the other thing, right, where, hang on, I'll just work out whether it was official or not. Yeah, it was official. That Despair now also increases the critical strike damage to 200% of all pre-spells.
Right.
Wow, sorry.
You
go.
And then you couple that with spell catching or snapshotting with your trinkets and cooldowns and all of that. You can snapshot really heavy dots at the beginning of a fight and just keep them going with your Mind Blast and Mind Flay now. Yeah, they nerfed the damage from Mind Blast, Mind Flay down to 50% from 100% on the 6-piece tier 1 set. But if you were already going to replace that with the 6-piece tier 2, that becomes a null issue. So I like it. I like where they're going with Shadow, with being able to be more of a sustained DPS role as opposed to just a blast and drink.
And did you have a glance over the healer bonuses as well? What do you think of those?
Yeah, it looks like they're doing side progression when it comes to the healer sets. Like the T1 set is really, really good for bubble and renew and passing around a discipline healer. Now they're going to lean into the holy healer with mana regen and your periodic healing making your next cast instant. Well, if you're a discipline healer, almost all your casts are instant. So that's a shitty bonus. But if you're a holy priest, getting off an instant max rank greater heal, that's really, really good. Especially on Nefarian and Veilstraz, your heavy damage fights where you're just trying to pump that tank as hard as you can. Same thing with Circle of Healing and Penance now does a dot effect on your target. Circle of Healing and then an instant dot effect on top of that. That's awesome.
Mates, on the one other change from the blue post, on top of despair. Interestingly, I mean, we were on the podcast just a few weeks ago. I remember just gushing over the return from Vampiric Embrace for priests, just going like, fuck, and we were all saying like they're doing so much healing. Oh my God. It seems like the team said, maybe there is too much of a good thing and they've nerfed it by 10%. What are your thoughts on this? Warranted or not?
Warranted, because priests were just speccing that one talent point that they had to put into it to get Shadow Form and doing insane amounts of healing. Like, they were out healing discipline priests on the meters just from the passive. So nerfing that down, yeah, it feels right, because you don't want a Shadow Priest just passively out healing a main spec. Main spec healer. That just doesn't feel right. Now, they can still do that, but they have to sacrifice 2 other talent points to do it. So that, to me, feels fair. Hey, you want to continue to pump like that? All right, go pull some utility out of something else and put it in there.
All right. Guys, anyone else on Priest before we let Forded go to his oysters and his increasingly frustrated wife who's ready for dinner? No, that sounds like it. Forded, go eat dinner. Thank you so much, mate.
Yeah, man, I'll continue to listen on mobile. Take care.
Don't leave it on at the dinner table with the wife and the oysters.
No, just while I'm cooking at the grill. Okay. Just while I'm cooking at the grill.
All right. Thanks, mate.
See you.
Guys, Fred, do you think it's time?
For the shamans?
Yeah.
I'm excited. I really joined to hear Ubiquitous talk about the survey results, but I'm happy to talk about shamans always, of course.
Let's do shamans for 5 to 10 minutes before we get to the survey. We'll get to the survey results eventually. Mate, only one note for you guys from the devs on Power Surge, and then we'll talk about the tier set bonuses. Look, I play, obviously, as I said, I'm a piece of shit who's raid logging, but I raid log on a resto shaman, so this applies to me. Power Surge has been redesigned. They obviously weren't happy with how it was kind of working, maybe for the healers. I don't know. But I was, throwing up Flame Shock, a rank 1 Flame Shock on every fucking target just to keep that rolling to see if I could proc that instant chain heal. They've said no more to that. Now you don't have to do that. You can just have it come off of Riptide. I think it was Flame Shock and Riptide before. I can't remember. But now it's just... Flame Shock periodic damage can no longer make the shaman's next chain heal instant, and Riptide periodic healing can no longer reset the cooldown on Lava Burst and Chain Lightning and can no longer make those spell instant. So they basically said to Ellie shamans, not that they were doing this, but like, you don't have to cast Riptide to get more chances for your proc, and hey, Resto shamans, you don't have to cast Flame Shock to get more chances on your proc. We'll basically just separate them and make life a little bit, simpler in that regard. I've got no major drama with that. It didn't bother me either way. Fred, do you have any input on this one?
No, that's right. I think the main issue was, I think there's still a lot of frustration among the Alliance with Shaman and PvP, and in particular Elemental Shaman. And so, an Ellie Shaman's always going to have Riptide cast on itself and always ticking, and always going to have a Flame Shock ticking on you. So that just means even more,
double
instant
dipping.
casts.
Yeah.
well, they're not really casting. I don't think it's really the self chain heals for the issue. The issue is they're casting these lava bursts that overload and free crit because your flame shock ticked, and it was just a nerf to the PvP.
Yeah, it was unnecessary double dipping, which is fine. And like I said, it does make life slightly easier for the resto shaman in a raid, so that's fine. You don't have to now worry about, do I have my flame shock up or not? Whatever, like it's fine. Mate, let's move on to the tier set bonuses. Obviously, you're going to start with your beloved Enhance first, I believe. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I guess the first thing, which maybe was mentioned earlier, sorry, just joined, was you don't actually have to use these tier set bonuses if you don't want to. If you want to use the tier 1 set bonuses, you can. And also use the better statted tier 2 sets. This is what the Core Forge set is.
So, how dare you suggest people have choice in this game?
Yeah, well, anyway, so that's the first thing I mentioned. But I guess specifically with respect to the enhancement, yeah, it's interesting. So a lot of the two-hander enhancement shaman have been kind of upset about it because I think it does nothing for them. In short, the way that enhancement shaman works is when you attack something, you have a chance on hits to generate 1 stack of Maelstrom weapon. Once you have 5 stacks, you can instant cast a spell, typically Lightning Bolt. Is what you're going to do in PvE. That's your main rotation, so this is constantly popping up. Anyway, 2 set bonus.
Oh, we lost you for a second. How's your connection? Has Discord shut the bed again? That'd be great.
It was clear for me.
Oh, really? I didn't. Sorry, Fred, are you still there?
I'm here. Yep.
Okay, sorry, you cut out for a second. Just go back about 10 seconds and keep going.
Sure. So I was saying Maelstrom weapon, build 5 stacks. It has a chance on hit to build a stack. Once you build 5, you get the Lightning Bolt for free, and that's your PvE rotation. That's how you do a lot of damage. Anyway, so the 2 set bonus, what it does is it makes sure that I think it doubles the chance for you to build a Maelstrom weapon stack. For a dual wield, this is nice because you didn't quite have an 100% chance to proc a Maelstrom weapon on your main hand hits, and your offhand hits you didn't really at all. They were probably less. They were like probably 40% or something. So this is going to be a lot more Maelstrom stacks for a dual wielding shaman, and it's going to mean that instead of doing 1 lightning bolt with every 4 GCDs, you could potentially do lightning bolt every other GCD, which is going to sort of change the way you play it a little bit. But for 2-hand shaman, I guess is why they're upset. It doesn't really do anything for them because they more or less had a 100% chance to generate a Maelstrom weapon proc with their swing anyway. So increasing that by 100% doesn't do much for them. The 4 set bonus is quite good. Whenever you crit with a Storm Strike, which is pretty much guaranteed if you're dual wielding because you have 2 attacks and each have a 40% chance to crit, then your next Lightning Bolt will guarantee crit. Pretty nice. And the 6 set bonus basically makes it so you only need 4 stacks of Maelstrom weapon. So whenever you cast an instant cast ability, using Maelstrom weapons, you have 5 stacks, you get a free Lightning Bolt, and you cast it, you get 1 Maelstrom stack for free. So that in combination with the 2 set bonus, that 6 set and 2 set, basically means you cast Lightning Bolt. Okay, you have 1 stack already built because you cast a free Lightning Bolt. You need to build 4 stacks. You attack once with both your weapons. You get lucky, you get a Wind Fury hit, that's 4 attacks. All 4 of those generate a Maelstrom proc. Okay, you have another Lightning Bolt as your next GCD. So you could potentially be in a situation where you Storm Strike, Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt, like that as your 4 GCDs. So yeah, it'll be interesting. The thing is, you did have things you could do with those GCDs, namely you could shock or lava lash. So the damage you gain is only the increase. It's only the difference between the Lightning Bolt damage versus what you would have done alternatively, which would have been a shock or a lava lash. So it's not a huge damage increase. I think people are going to need to sim it whether, in fact, even for dual wield, you're better off sticking with the tier 1 set bonus because the 6-piece bonus from tier 1 is 10% attack speed, which is quite good. But yes, no, that's the enhancement set. And I got to be honest, I actually have not looked at the other set bonuses. I just look at enhance and I'm like, all right, that's my class, my character, and I'm done.
No, fair enough. Look, in glancing over them myself, I think the tank set is interesting. Obviously, like we said, it's really sort of leaning into block. The one thing that grabs me about the tank set on the 6-piece bonus, this might be a weird thing to say and probably a wrong thing to say, but I'll say it anyway. Each time you block an attack, you have a 50% chance to trigger your Maelstrom weapon rune. That just makes me wonder where the tank shaman might come alive in PvP. Because if you're now just the fucking Maelstrom king and you've got a shield and you're ripping off lesser healing waves or fucking lightning bolts like it's going out of fashion, I just wonder. But anyway.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I see this too. I think it's worth noting that the ZG set, which is a tank shaman set, is like seems to be built for this. It increases your chance to block. I believe the 2 set or the 3 set is by 10%. And two of those pieces are not.
Well, that's the
tier
BW.
pieces.
That's the BWL tank set.
Right. But I'm saying, think about the BWL tank set 6-piece, which is every time you block, you have a 50% chance to generate a Maelstrom weapon stack, or maybe to trigger it.
Sorry,
so you need a block. And so now you use the
Yeah,
ZG set
yeah.
to gain block chance.
Yeah.
And so now you're triggering this all the time with a combination of those two.
Yep. Sorry, you were right.
So,
that was the ZG set you were talking about. Yep.
Yes, well, right, but it's both of them together is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So the ZG set increases your chance to block, and then the BWL 6-piece set makes it so when you block, you generate Maelstrom weapon.
Yeah.
So when you use both of them together, then you're generating a lot of Maelstrom weapon. That was the only point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
And so that will be interesting to see in PvP if you're getting a bunch of Maelstrom. It's interesting though because typically,
are you able to use?
shaman,
Sorry, are you able to use them together though? The 6-piece and the 3-piece? I thought you couldn't.
Right. Yeah. Yes, you can because I believe two of the ZG pieces are. I think one's like a trinket and one's a neck. So maybe you can correct me on this.
Correct. Yeah.
So you could use trinket neck and then one of the other pieces and still have 7 pieces left over of tier 2. You only need 6 to get you the 6-piece. So you can you can't use the 5-piece bonus of ZG plus 6-piece of a tier set, but you can use the 3-set bonus.
Oh, very good to know.
Anyway, so those two together will be interesting to see in PvP for sure. But what I'm not sure how the 6-piece will work because it says you have a 50% chance to trigger your Maelstrom weapon ruin. Does that mean you get 1 stack of Maelstrom weapon, or does that mean you get all 5 stacks? Moreover, does that mean you need the rune equipped? Because Tank Shaman typically is going to be using in its belt slot the either the Fire Nova totem rune, or it's going to be using Power Surge. It's not typically using Maelstrom weapon in its belt slot. So does that mean that now all of a sudden they need to use this in their belt slot, or they get the benefit of it anyway? I don't know. Interesting to see. We'll have to see how it actually turns out.
I'll say something real quick about Resto, even though I'm not exactly a Resto fucking guru, but I'll just say that
I got you covered.
Oh no, Ducks, please jump in, mate. The only thing I was going to note about Resto is like it's funny. I am a fan of doing damage as a healer. I'm a really, really big fan of it.
Sure.
I gravitate towards atonement builds. Love my atonement priest in Kata. I haven't played fucking Arcane Mage yet in SoD. I really need to. He's level 53. I've got to get on that. And trust me, when we talk about the mage changes coming in Phase 5, my God, that makes me really want to try it now. But anyway, retail, I don't mind, a bit of atonement as well. But they've done an interesting thing here where they've gone, okay, let's bring in a little bit of damage for Resto Shaman, which seems odd, but like cool, okay, whatever. The 4-piece bonus, your Chain Lightning now also heals the target of your Earth Shield for 100% of the damage done. So now you're weaving in Chain Lightnings if you've got that 4-piece. Like that's interesting. I think that's probably quite engaging and maybe something that the build needed. But anyway, Dux, I'll throw it over to you. What are your thoughts on the whole thing?
Yeah, so the general direction of the build I like. And to be honest, like, yes, healer DPS is very much a thing, right? Like, we're already throwing Flame Shock. We're already casting Chain Heal, or Chain Lightning every so often. It's already a part of the style. I don't mind like the direction. I just think these set bonuses are complete being. Like, these could be so much like. Let me just kind of walk through a little bit, right? Like, so the 2-piece makes it so our spell crits trigger our water shield for free. That sounds really cool. We are a crit-based caster. So getting that like free mana regen essentially like sounds really cool, except that if you consider, there's a couple things. One is that it locks us into water shield as a rune. Whereas like, I don't mind that every once in a while, but like, I do think that SoD is a time for experimentation. And so like there are definitely times where I want to run Water Shield, and there are other times when I want to run Lava Burst, because the healing requirements are not super high on this fight, or I don't need the sustain that comes along with Water Shield. So like I want to be able to run Lava Burst. But with this talent, this set bonus, it forces us to play that. So I don't love that. Also, like I said, a lot of times fights are pretty short in SoD. You know what I mean? Like these are like 1-2 minute fights. Like I'm not running out of mana. I have functionally unlimited mana with Shamanistic Raid.
Completely agree. Sorry, if I can just jump in. I said to my guild the other day while I was defending me being a fuckwit and not having a flask on, because I realize there's other flasks. Ordinarily, I use the flask that gives you 2,000 more mana, but as a Resto Shaman, I mean, we really should be using another flask. I just realized because, as you said, I mean, I said to the guild, like, guys, don't freak out too much that I don't have a flask, because it would just give me 2,000 extra mana, and I literally can't run out of mana. I've got Shamanistic Rage that I can realistically pop twice in a fight. I've got mana pots, and as the break glass in case of emergency, you've got Mana Tide Totem right there. And someone was like, oh, but Josh, if you pop Mana Tide, then we lose our fire resistance. And I was kind of like, yeah, but it's the last option, and it would only be for like 10 seconds. Like, either way, I've got infinite mana. So I need to switch flasks. But like, the Resto Shaman really is like, you can just, I think I thought like I could just cast Chain Heal for 90 seconds non-stop and still be fine, or until I'm tapped.
Absolutely. And so that's what makes, like, first of all, the 2-piece, like, we don't need the mana regen from the set, and you're forcing us to use Water Shield. You know what I'm saying? So it like double feels. As far as the second one, like Chain Lightning heals Earth Shield, cool conceptual, right? Like I like this. I don't know that this is like the most elegant way to do it, especially if you have like multiple Resto Shamans on your team. You know what I mean? Like, you're both going to be one of like Earth Shielding the tank, and it's like, you know, who gets to use their set bonus in this fight, that kind of, a little bit off. I think a better way to do this is just to like, let me think about this. Well, let me move on to the second or the last one. So like, the last set bonus is Chain Heal and Chain Lightning increased by 20%. That's okay. It's just boring. I think like a lot more synergy could kind of go into this. If you you said you were playing retail recently, you're familiar with like Primordial Wave that we have in retail, where like, it's a modest cooldown. If you use it against enemies, it's basically a Chain Lightning and it flame shocks everybody. If you use it on allies, it counts as a Chain Heal and it Riptides everybody. Think like the same way to do this same set bonus, but in a more SoD specific manner, would be to have like every 10 seconds or every X seconds, your next, you know, Chain Heal applies Riptide to everybody it hits. The next like X number of seconds, your Chain Lightning applies Flame Shock to all the targets that it hits. This would not only like, I just think it's more interesting than a flat 20% bonus, but it also plays into that updated Power Surge rune, where like you want to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, you want to have a ton of Riptides out so that you can get more Chain Heal. You want to have a ton of Flame Shocks out so you can get more Chain Lightning. I think that there's like so many better ways to go about what they're setting out to do. I think this is a miss on the Resto Shaman.
All right, there you go. That's all right. The feedback is very, very good to have. All right, guys, we might move on. I don't. Does anyone have anything to say on Ellie? Does anyone even play Ellie and feel qualified to say anything? I know I don't.
I don't, but the community feedback that I've heard so far is that it feels bad. is that it's pretty big.
Oh, they're not happy with the data mine chain, the stuff.
That is my understanding.
Okay. All right. All right. We're also Norfair's throwing in the channel chat that he's not too happy with the ZG item doing stuff with Decoy Totem, just reducing the cooldown on that, saying it's a bit weird. So maybe the Ellie Shaman are feeling a bit left out. We'll have to try and find an Ellie Shaman to go into that. Mandalore's here, so we'll be able to talk Warlock. That's awesome. We'll have people fight. We'll go between Go and Vestige. Who's busting to talk the most about their class, or who potentially has to leave soon?
I'm chilling.
All right, you're chilling.
I'll
I think
to
you're going to have to
yeah.
carry the weight for Druids eventually, because I don't know if Wonder's turning up. Go.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so we might leave you and Vestige. Do you want to dive into Pallies?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's do it, man. What were your thoughts on the data mines tier sets? You happy or not happy?
So starting off with Rhett, it just feels kind of like they've come to the same conclusion that we're pressing a lot of buttons, and basically the changes now have been to no longer have our judgments consumed when we judge, and to have our judgments reset. So I think they're kind of basically saying like, yeah, I think we're having you press your seals too much, so we're trying to kind of calm that down a bit. It feels like. I do like the 6-piece one where it kind of ramps up to the 1% increased holy damage stacking up, which is nice. I feel like that's going to scale a lot pretty well for Rhett.
Alrighty. Let's see here. What changes did you guys get in the blue post?
Oh, and then the one change we got
Horn
is
of Lordaeron,
yeah, we get the Horn of Lordaeron back. So basically, we get the Strength of Earth and Grace, whatever the Horde call it, the Grace of Air or whatever. Basically, we're kind of getting that back into a buff.
It's back. Better than ever. All right. Mates, do you dabble in Prot or Holy at all?
No, but I do know a little bit about them.
Go for it.
I was looking at the Prot stuff. The Prot stuff seems pretty boring, honestly. The set bonuses, but the 6-piece one is kind of nice with the your Reckoning will now trigger based on your blocks. So I think that might have some pretty unique play style, but honestly, the prop bonuses look pretty kind of boring and bland to me. As for the
Espresso saying in chat, tier 1 beats tier 2 for Prot. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, pretty much. I just can't. I just don't see how it's going to be better. Honestly, it's does not look appealing. If I'm not maining Prot, but if I was, I probably would just be leaning towards the tier 1 set.
All right. What about Holy there?
And then Holy looks like it's going to a whole like Docketing thing going on because it's got this. Yeah, it's really going on with the Holy Shock crit bonus, and then the 4-piece is the 50% increase to concentration damage, and then the 6-piece one basically lets you, like, whoever's your beacon of light is going to get 100% of your damage turned into healing from like Exorcism, Holy Shock, Holy Wrath. I mean, it seems like basically you're going to be healing through damage almost. So they're really, really trying to lean into this kind of shotgun and healer battle mage, basically, kind of thing.
Yeah, and well, like we just said with the Resto Shaman, it seems like a foundational thing has happened with the Classic team where they've gone, all right, enough's enough. We want healers to be doing a little bit of damage and making their rotations a little bit more engaging. But also they've gone the other way with tanks and gone, we want tanks to be tanks and, like, you know, work on threat, not be the damage dealing class. I find it's really interesting. Healers, we want you to do damage. Tanks, we don't want you to do damage. I like all these changes. Don't get me wrong. It's just, it seems to be, these are a couple of pillars that they've thrown up for Phase 5 across the board, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, that seems kind of what they're going on. It just feels like it would be really nice to solo as a healer now than it used to be. Because back in the day with Classic, I mean, you couldn't even do any content on your own being a healer, farming or stuff like that. It was god awful. But nowadays, I mean, with these things in SoD, I mean, it looks like it feels pretty good.
Dux, you were going to say something?
No, yeah, I don't know that I think it's super consistent either, because earlier Paladins had Sheath of Light, right? Shamans had Mental Dexterity, so that we were playing in melee range. We were getting huge bonuses to our plus healing based on our power. So we kind of had this cool, like, attack power focused healing class, which was really unique and fun. And they stripped that away along with Sheath of Light for Paladins. They took away, like, with our Maelstrom, like, we used to be able to, again, play in melee range. We would get Maelstrom stacks, and we could chain heal, we could healing wave, we could play like a very, like, melee focused healer support build, which was so cool. And they took that away as well. So on the one hand, yes, it feels like they want us to do damage, but they just only want us to do damage in certain ways. Don't have fun like this way. have fun this way. And so it feels a little inconsistent.
Okay. All right. Look what the fucking cat dragged in. Wonder, how are you, mate?
I am very happy.
Oh my
How
God.
are you?
What the fuck? Is this opposite day? What's going on?
I know. I feel like I must have gotten out of the wrong side of the bed or something. This is unusual territory.
You know what would be very funny is if anybody, I know I couldn't be fucked and I don't expect anybody else to be fucked, but a supercut edit montage of all of your appearances on the show talking about how unhappy you are with Boomkins, ending with that would be quite amusing.
Yeah, probably would, eh?
Mate,
I mean, look.
well, I was just going to say, Go was fucking shitting bricks because he thought he'd have to talk about balance without you being here, and he wasn't comfortable without the fucking Lord of the Boomkins weighing in. But so now that's why he's saying, thank God you're here, because Josh was about to make me do this alone. Mate, I'll get you to kick off.
I reckon on that, surely we start with Go and his take.
Oh,
then,
yeah,
right?
no, he's got to go first. Go's got to he's got to break the water. He's got to fucking break the plane for you. Go. All right, mate, come on, you put it off. Tell me your initial thoughts on the balanced tier set.
Oh, the tier set.
Well, what did you want to talk about? What are you more comfortable with?
No, I had the other one up, but I can go to tier set. Yeah. Two-piece is kind of confusing for me. Maybe Wonder will have a
Oh, look, he's already trying to
answer
shirk
for it. Yeah, I'm already trying to pass it off. Increases the damage done and damage radius of Starfall's stars. So does that mean we're going from 30-yard range to a longer range, like a 25% extra range, or is that just the splash damage, do you think?
My hope is that it's a splash damage, but I have no idea.
All right, and then so Starfall and Hurricane damage increased by 25%. I like it, but we're also probably going to have to lose the tier 1 set bonus eventually as we gear up. So we're going to lose the cooldown reduction for Starfall. So at least it's getting some sort of benefit from the tier 2 bonus from the 2 set. But I don't know if 25% damage makes up for a 45-second reduction in cooldown.
We might find that on Trash we run both 2-piece and 6-piece.
Yeah. And then we gotta gear swap and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. What fun.
And the Wrathcast has a 5% chance to summon a stand of 3 treants to attack your target 4 until canceled.
Is that what it's called? I've never heard that before. Is it a stand of treants or a stand of trees? Is this like a murder of crows?
I don't know. That seemed kind of weird. And then until canceled, the wording of this 4-piece bonus seemed really strange. But I knew we were going to get fucking treants at some point. At least it's not like a rune that they wasted for treants. As long as it's a set bonus that maybe eventually just goes away. Because I imagine these treants are just going to be fucking off, running, pulling shit. Boomy's pull stuff already as it is, and now we're going to have Hurricane Starfall as much as we can, and treants running off.
I think the question will be, how long do they last for? This until cancelled thing is confusing.
Yeah.
Is it cancelled for the duration of an encounter? Is it cancelled until, I don't know, we log off? And then if it's till you log off, what's the point of it being a 5% chance? May as well just make it confirmed, right?
Yeah, it's hold on, guys. I gotta do more. I gotta hit some dig rats while I proc my treants before the pull.
Yeah, the only comment I've heard about this set, or that this set bonus is people are a little bit concerned about the RNG nature of damage spiking, or not being able to control them, and they just stand there doing nothing. So I guess it's just the wait and see sort of thing. Once we've got the bonus, we'll know.
Fair enough.
But
yeah.
to my mind, it's at least flavorful and interesting. So tick for me.
Well, let me open it up for you, Wonder. Take the ball and run with it. Tell me why you're so happy. The other note for Druids outside of the data mines tier set bonuses was, I don't know if this has added to your happiness or not. You'll have to explain. But Dream State, there's the Wild Strikes things as well. It's raid wide, so there you go. We knew that. Dream State now always triggers from Star Surge, regardless of being a critical strike or not. In addition, it now also increases arcane damage taken by the target by 20%. Wonder, why are you so happy?
Well, this is essentially just a flat 10 to 11% damage increase because at least it allows for a little bit more scaling to take place on the second spell that we cast. And fortunately, it doesn't really impact as a debuff the rest of the raid too much. It might buff mages, specifically arcane mage healers. or anybody that uses an arcane cast. But that's not large portions of their of other classes' damage. So, to my mind, it's a nice way of giving a Boomy a buff that shouldn't be too impactful everywhere and anywhere around the world. The part of it that I guess slightly confuses me, because I don't think that the uptime of the debuff is that much of a problem, is any damage from Star Surge. But I mean, if uptime is improved, then great, I guess. I think it's just a nice kind of catch up sort of thing. I don't think this change by itself is, groundbreaking, but hey, it's a movement in the right direction. We might be able to beat rogue tanks now, although I don't know if I've missed the rogue chat, but I think I saw or heard some rogue nerfs have taken place.
Yeah, so it's actually Warlock and Rogue tank nerfs where they want to focus on threat and not damage. They're bringing them down a notch.
Right. Okay. Well, that I guess indirectly makes us feel a little bit more competitive. Overall, I like that all of the bonuses kind of work together between the ZG set bonus and also the BWL set bonuses. So there seems to be less confusion about the play style that we want to take on this time round compared to before, where it was definitely like a mix of like you'd focus on multi-dotting, but because so much focus is based on the hard casts, we're pretty encouraged to only utilize that one sort of playstyle, which from my mind is what a lot of the boomies would prefer. If we wanted to play dot classes, we would have played Athlete Warlocks or Shadow Priests instead. So yeah, overall, thematically feels better to me. Set bonuses, damage, total output, likely to be better. Whether this catches us up to everybody else, I guess that remains to be seen. But the numbers look big enough. There is a nice thematic theme to it. Oh, and potentially we've missed one of the better things. We can now take an astral form on, which means you won't see many chickens running around. We'll all be
So what is there a new form coming your way?
From what I understand, it just takes us out of chicken form and makes us look silvery, and we'll have stars flying on top of our heads.
Right, so we'll have star
like the gods we are.
Star druids, celestial druids, and fucking fire kitties. It's all happening.
It's all happening. It's a good time to be a druid.
That's about the happiest I think we'll ever hear you on this show. So it's all downhill from here.
Exactly. Hopefully onwards and upwards. We're at the bottom. There's only one direction we can move.
I want a classic plus where druids are unquestionably number one on the meters, and then just have you fucking not knowing what to say on the podcast every week.
I'll try and channel my inner Arcos and come with something negative.
Yeah. Good stuff. Fucking Arcos catching strays when he's not here. I love it. Let's go over. Well, just real quick, go and wonder. I know you guys don't play this, but have you heard any rumblings from the Resto and Feral communities? Are they happy or not?
It seems like Restokin is coming.
Oh, that's
back
right. It's becoming a thing.
The 6-piece. Yeah. So we used to choose the Wild Growth rune back in like phase 1 and 2 instead of Sunfire, so we could kind of be a Resto / damage dealer. And now it looks like that might be coming back for tier 2 after you get your 6-piece, because they made Wild Growth now castable in Moonkin form. So you have to spend 40 points, because that's the last talent in the balanced tree, so you can only spend so many in your Resto. So you have to miss out on Nature Swiftness, improved regrowth, which gives you crit, which a lot of Resto runes is based off of how much crit you're healing with, and you miss out on Swiftman. So
it's funny, we had a guy in the Discord just a couple of days ago saying he was kicked out of the Druid Discord for continually trying to make Restokin a thing, and now Blizzard's gone ahead and done that. Whether or not he was kicked out of the Druid Discord for other reasons, who knows? But he claims
he's a character.
Moonwing's an interesting person, that's for sure.
Yeah, we definitely don't claim him as a Moonkin. He is for sure a Resto. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, maybe Blizzard agrees. Let's make Restokin a thing. Okay, all good. Does anyone know what
I kind of feel like that's a PvP 6-piece bonus, though, right?
Right.
I don't really think many raids are going to be going, let's get our Restos to be DPSing in Moonkin form and not heal.
Right.
It seemed very weird, yeah.
I think it's good, flavorful, but my expectation is most Resto Druids won't go that deep into their tier set bonus to get it.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair
and
enough.
Instead,
does anyone know
play
or
a different
care
way.
what the fucking ferals are doing?
Ferals, they're number one, aren't they?
Yeah.
Fuck
them.
They are.
I think that the style is slightly differently what they're trying to encourage with the tier set bonuses. My base view with Feral Druids has remained unchanged, and that is the rune design from the first few phases was so good that Ferals were always going to be relevant and always competitive. So no matter what tier set bonuses they're going to get, they should be fun, flavorful, and useful in your raid.
There you go. Vestige is on the full. Just fucking give me my wild strikes and shut the fuck up to the ferals. Is that a good summary there, Vestige?
Yeah, pretty much. They could look nice in their Fire Kitty form. It amuses me.
Okay, very good.
Well, speaking of the wild strikes, since that did get changed on like the data mined portion of it, it says that it's party or raid members within 100 yards. So
Right.
it used to be only 20 yards. Now it's up to 100 yards. And I would like to see that for the Moonkin Aura because it's only 30, I think.
Yes.
So they changed it with the totems previously.
With Pally auras.
Yeah, Pally Aura. Like they're changing
Just
it
do
with all these
everything.
things. So just make it every single aura like 100 yards. Yeah.
So that's what opens up your Nightmare Go, that niche scenario you were talking about where you park the Wild Strike spot 100 yards away from the boss and have him sitting there on the second account while the rest of the raid benefits.
yeah.
We're already doing that. We had a guy who had to go AFK deal with his daughter or something like that. So he just went on auto follow, and we had Wild Strike for an hour. So, I mean, it works.
And he probably still did more DPS than me. Guys, let's
Probably-
move. Yeah. Fucking.
Probably worth noting that Feral Druid is for sure not going to use the set piece bonus just because they have to use the Core Forge Tier 1 set piece because the 2-piece is 1% hit to your entire raid. So you need to use that 2-piece. And then your 4-piece is your bleeds can crit. So it's kind of impossible. I mean, I looked at these. I didn't really totally math it out, but it's very difficult to believe that they would use this set bonus over the Tier 1 set bonus.
Well,
Arcos.
the 2-piece could be integrated with it, right? Because you get 8 pieces of tier.
You could, but the 4 pieces your bleeds can crit, which is gigantic, and it's hard to imagine you could give that up.
Yeah.
Arcos, we only discussed the raid size issue at the top of the show. So if you've just done a BWL on the PTR and you'd like to talk about what you think of the mechanics, I would love to hear about it. So that's up to you. Jump in if you can. Let me know. Otherwise, we're just going to keep talking about the classes. Mandalore, I'll fire, unless Arcos jumps in. Mandalore, can I fire you up about Warlocks?
Yeah, man, coming down a bit of a fucking flu, but
Oh, you sound a bit gravelly. You all right?
Yeah, it's a bit fucking hairy. That's
You'll
all.
survive,
And it's
yeah.
not self-inflicted this time.
Yeah, and if you die on the show, you'll have died doing what you love.
That's it. You understand?
Yeah, talking shit.
Right, Warlocks. There's a lot of unhappy people. Let's
Really?
just put it that way.
Really?
Yeah, there's all this phase. It's been good having the option to go more mitigation heavy or more damage heavy. We've had 4 or 5 quite capable builds that you could change between if you like one way or the other. This damage nerf didn't really see that on the cards compared to what they could have changed. 20% is going to hurt. Probably 2 of the builds are going to be in the dirt. So that's pretty much how it goes. We'll see how it plays out. The changes to the set bonuses, that'll be interesting. I think there's going to be similar to other classes. There's going to be a lot of people holding on to the tier 1.
Well, we had this discussion earlier about whether or not people are okay with sort of Blizzard tapping tanks on the shoulder and saying, hey, just go kind of be tanks again and stop creeping up the damage meters. Clearly, you're not on board with that. You're like, part of the Warlock tank fun is the fact that we slap.
I'm not one for passing. I don't care so much about the damage side of things, but it does feel good to be out in the open world in PvP. We're already copping, was it a 30% damage reduction in PvP? A further 20% on top of that, when PvPing and meta in the open world, I'm going to feel like I'm hitting people with fucking pillows.
Tell me if
you tanks PvPing, you disgust me, mate.
Yeah, I was going to say though, like
a good feeling, man.
But
It's a
Mandalore,
good feeling.
this was something that my knee-jerk reaction, and you tell me why I'm wrong to think this, if so. As soon as I saw this 20% damage reduction to Metamorphosis, I was like, good, fucking good, because purely from a PvP stance, I was like, this was the change that I screamed for 4 weeks into Phase 1, where I was like, are we just letting Metamorphosis locks do this in PvP and everyone's okay with it? They're just like virtually these immortal gods. And it just let run for almost a year. And now they're like, oh, okay, maybe we'll nerf the Metamorphosis form. Yeah.
I think if it was just the damage reduction, but they reduced our mitigation as well. So we can no longer push Crushing off the table with the change to Demonic Grace. That kind of sucks.
All right. Mate,
with Demonic Grace change, reducing your dodge chance from 30% down to 20 for the 6 seconds. I utilized that, like pushing, tanking all 4 ads on Gar. Having that running, and then having Priest rolling pain suppression into Bark Skin, and then having Demonic Grace up again. It was part of the rotation. Now I can't push Crushing off. It's like, okay, we'll see.
So do we know if Warlocks are going to use Demonic Grace now that it's been nerfed?
Yeah, still. Yeah.
Okay,
it's
use
still
it.
the
All
best
right.
piece for the item. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Mate, sorry, you go.
That's right. Like I
was
say,
gonna say-
there's a lot of unhappy people. There was a lot of good handful of people on Discord that had written up a full list of like suggested changes. Like I'm sure every class has, and some of them like they weren't all buffs. Like some of the guys were like, no, we want to like nerf this on meta, nerf this on IMO, and change this to here. They were all quite, reasonable suggestions to try to bring things in line to have it not one stupidly higher than the other. It definitely feels like, as you said already, tanks are funneling back into that role of not being the damage dealer.
Mate, we'll talk about the tier set bonuses. What are your thoughts on what they're doing across the board here?
I haven't heard anything positive about the damage dealing Warlock.
Can I say, just as someone I've been pumping my Warlock recently, he's level 53 now. So, I mean, what do I know? I'm still leveling, but I've been leveling as Affliction, non-meta, really enjoying it. To me, this is just my personal play style. They're obviously tapping Affliction and saying, hey, we want you kind of pumping Shadow Bolt upon Shadow Bolt as filler. We're just going to give you all the Shadow Trance ticks, and you can just now, while your dots are hammering away, just go fucking, Shadow Bolt, life tap, Shadow Bolt, life tap. Like, I'm personally okay with that, but others might not be. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't play it. A good friend of mine in the guild does. He saw the announcement yesterday and he's like, cool, boring.
Okay.
It didn't feel like he had enough there to keep himself entertained compared to what I guess other classes are getting. He's a 96, 97 passer, like enjoys the class, enjoys playing rotations, enjoys the meat of it. He felt like it wasn't interesting enough. Time will tell.
Yeah, one thing I've really liked, I mean, I appreciate what he thinks, and I think I'd probably lean more towards what he's doing if he's looking for it. Like, I'm just a weirdo who likes hitting Shadow Bolt. I think it's a fun spell, and it's one of those weird spells that, like, again, because I'm just a weird aesthetics guy, there's a few spells in retail that have been redesigned and, quote unquote, glammed up that I just think look like shit and their classic version looks infinitely better. And Shadow Bolt's the prime example of that, where like the classic Shadow Bolt is so much better than the retail version of Shadow Bolt. They've tried to get all funky with it, and they actually made it like a bit smaller and sleeker in retail, and it's like a pitcher throwing a curveball now. It doesn't just go straight to the target. It does a weird like fucking, oh mate, throw a change up. You know what I mean? I don't like it. But in Classic, it's great. So I don't mind hitting Shadow Bolt in Classic because it's one of my favorite spells. It looks cool. It feels cool. That's just me. But in saying that, if we are trying to think of things to liven up the Affliction spec a bit more, I personally really like the spell in Retail that... Oh, it's 2 words, starts with an M. I forget the name of it. The one that lets you basically explode all your dots but doesn't consume the dots on the target. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
I do. I can't think of the name myself now.
I
either.
really like... That's a very fun spell to
Soul
press.
Swap?
No. It's something else.
Someone in chat said Rapture.
It's something... Malefic
Sounds like
Rapture.
a priest.
That's the one. Malefic Rapture. That's a really fun spell to press in Retail. And like something like that, I wonder if you got that as a set bonus instead of like... what they've done with Shadow Bolt. I don't know if Warlocks would prefer that, but I mean, that's just something that I think would be enticing.
I'm reading over it a little bit more now. There's definitely the push. We've seen it. The push for all Warlocks to be running Felguard. Imps dead on the ground. People are going to have to get over that, and that is a lot of pushback because it's not Classic. We didn't have Felguards in Classic, so there's a lot of pushback there. The 4-piece. Just reading over it now, Shadow Flame, Unstable Affliction, Curse of Agony. If you're only running one Warlock, you're not using those spells because you're cocking your raid over. So I'm checking here now. You won't use Shadow Flame because you have to run Mark of Chaos because of the damage increase for everyone. Unstable Affliction, you're not going to run Unstable Affliction because you're going to be running your Felguard, which you get an increase on your 2-piece. Is it and your 6-piece? No, 6-piece is only Shadow. It's a Warlock. Leading into the Z.
It's not a shot at you, but I do like that we say it's not Classic, and then we talk about what we have to use. So there's no choice. We must use these. Oh, but that's not Classic. Like just taking a little jab there.
No, it doesn't bother me in the slightest. But for the people that are bitching on the forums, they're saying, "Oh, this isn't Classic." And what a lot of the painful thing this phase has been is everyone wants to tank with an imp out, but the imp dies in 2 hits, so we can't tank. So we have to use the Felguard. So sweet, I'm using the Felguard anyway. It doesn't give me 2 fucking shits. But if you start looking at bringing in the ZG set bonuses, which a lot of people are starting to look at, trying to hit probably the 3-piece at least, mixed in with 6-piece tier 2. Everything for the ZG set is all about buffing your pet. So you're going to be wanting to run Felguard, which means you're then missing out on Unstable Affliction and you're missing out on Shadow Flame. So all of a sudden, your 4 set for damage is not used because you can't use Shadow Flame, you can't use Unstable Affliction, and you're not using Curse of Agony because if you're the only Warlock, so this is only for one Warlock scenarios, you're doing Curse of Wreck. So all of a sudden, your 4-piece is good for fuck all.
Mate, that tank, I'm not sure if you mentioned it before, but the tank bonuses, like, to a scrub like me, look really fun. Are you happy with them?
Yeah. So I was going to touch on that next. It's interesting. We'll see. If losing the 10% mitigation, but then gaining multiple ways of really healing yourself. I can see the push to Shadowburn, and this is another thing that was annoying the Warlock Discord, is because everyone on the Warlock Discord likes the Nightfall build. They feel like they're getting pushed more into demo destruction. So all your high passes are like, nah, this is shit. It suits me to a T. Like, I'm MD ruin already. So it doesn't bother me. I'm quite interested to try it out. I don't see myself giving up my 2-piece tier 1 ever. Having access to instant cast banish and just banishing trees in the world and AV is just too good to never have on.
I'm going to dabble in Warlock tanking for the first time in Phase 5, and these changes really entice me. I'm really, really happy with it. See things like what basically, if you've got an enemy targeted, when you life tap, it'll do a bit of damage to it. No more soul shards while you're in meta for offensive abilities and demon summons. And fucking, like you said, the heal when you hit someone with Shadow Burn. I think it's really cool. I'm into it. I'm keen to try it for the first time.
They've brought a lot of extra stats in as well. So looking at the 8 pieces of tier 2, there's 5% hit across 8 of those pieces. So that's very large, as you know, for Warlocks to get access to the hit, which wasn't like that.
Definitely.
Tier 2.
Thanks so much for the Prime sub, by the way, as well, Lumen. Appreciate you. Thanks, brother. Mate, anything on Destro and Demo, or how are they going?
Time will tell. Like, there definitely seems to be that push towards destruction. I'm just curious
I would
to see how
love
it plays
destruction to come a bit more online.
I think because they got so well smashed in phase 1 and 2, it's just sort of been okay. It's good, but they don't seem to be keeping it up with Affliction, which is my mate Lammy. His biggest gripe is it's Affliction is the pumper of the 2 DPS builds at the moment. But if you haven't got a destruction lock to throw up the mark of chaos, you can't really do that to the full extent, and that's what annoys him the most.
Mate, when the great server consolidation happens, my little crew of dickheads have been talking about what roles we might pick up, and I think I've been told I have to DPS. I don't get a choice, and I'm more than okay with that. I think I'm going to tap my Warlock and go fucking get in there, son, and do some damage. So that'll be a bit of fun, and I can tank when I'm not with the boys. But we'll have to get you involved in some runs as well, Mandalore, if we all wind up on the same server. I don't know. Are you staying on? Are you staying on Shadowstrike?
Oh, we're still in the process of talking about it. We're still, I jumped on the West Coast and East Coast servers the other day. For a lot of my guild in WA, we're sitting on like 250 to 280 ping.
Yeah, I keep forgetting you're WA, you poor bastard.
Yeah, so like it's rough enough. Like there's you boys in the East. What are you sitting on? 10 in Shadowstrike?
For MS on Saturday, I get 20.
Yeah, so I sit on a flat 70.
Yeah.
So as soon as I jump to the US servers, we're up 250, 280 with nothing on my screen. So
I get 3 ping, so I must live fucking near the server.
Yeah, you must be that you are the server. You're the Matrix.
Yeah, I am the Blizzard server. Confirmed.
Yeah. All right, let's move on, guys. Unless there's anything we've left on the table there, Mandalore, let me know.
The only other one I can touch on is these new epic weapons.
Oh yeah, go for it. We haven't talked about them at all.
Oh, haven't you? Okay, so that's the only other thing that really I think is going to throw up with the set bonuses is the Scythe of Chaos is all built around your pet, and with the things that they've made with the ZG being all demonology based, I think that could be a very interesting play once we work out what the buff is. So just quickly, heap of stats: 2% crit, 44 spell. On equipped, chance on direct damage spell to cause your next pet summon within 20 seconds to be instant cast and not consume a soul shard. Okay, cool. The on use is you harvest the soul of your summoned demon, granting you effect the last 15 seconds. So once we work out what that effect is, I think that could really create a cool playstyle. Especially with
you think it's just going to be the Kata version?
I don't know. It's
Seems like the easiest thing for them, but hopefully they spice it up a bit.
We're on the Kata client at the end of the day, isn't it? It's already programmed.
It's the isn't it the retail client? I thought didn't they like backport the retail client or something?
It got moved to Dragonflight client.
But just a general one, boys. As Mandalore mentions, the legendary weapons that have been data mined, and again, it's not confirmed until it's actually in the game. This could be bullshit, but something like the legendary weapons seems to be probably more likely than not to be coming. We've been 2 hours now of some pretty intense just breaking down of classes, and we don't really take the time to sort of talk about whether or not people are just excited for Phase 5 in general. Can I just ask you guys just a blanket question to the crowd? I mean, like I said at the top, I see all this work that the devs are doing, and they've not parked SoD to go to work on the next thing. They are clearly still putting a shitload of work into SoD and thinking about how to make this thing more fun or even just test more shit. I'm really, really excited for Phase 5. I could only see this, I think the Phase 5 rating numbers will go up. I think SoD has been really good in Phase 4. The word is slowly getting around and the Doomers are slowly being drowned out. And more people are just going like, oh, fuck, maybe I'll just try this thing. I think it's only going to get better in Phase 5. Are you guys excited for it or not? You can disagree with me if you like.
I agree.
Someone's got to explain what these trials are. No Hit Jerome sent me a screenshot that said something like, "We'll undertake the bronze trial: red, blue, green, black." But you can only have 3
They're
of
like the
those
difficulty
active.
modifiers for BWL.
Yeah, so like that shit immediately just kind of turned me off again. Like Molten Core, I wasn't vibing with the heat levels. I did heat level 1 a couple times. That was okay. But like seeing that carry on to have 5, 6 different options instead of 3, that just feels weird.
Well, you can only have 3 max, right? So you can mix and match between these 5 different trials, and then that gives you your varying degrees of heat, if you will.
So how's that going to work with like pugs trying to go in there? It's like we're a red, blue, green.
Well, they
heat
don't have
level
to do
pug.
anything if they don't want, right?
Yeah. So is there like an easy option? Like you just don't select any, and
We'll
then
find
like
out,
medium.
There'll be a meta. We'll find out which 3 are the easiest, and that'll just be the 3 that everyone blasts, and the other 2 will be like.
I just wanted to go into BWL and do the fucking raid like it was in an era. Like for me, that's my one era purist like take is I just wanted the raids to be the same, unchanged. And if we got a new raid, throw this shit in a new raid, but keep the old shit the same.
I haven't experienced it myself, but I heard someone say they watched Simonized stream and that they did Chromagus with like no new mechanics. Maybe that was you, Yubi?
Yeah, but I think it was just a bug. Like they were
Okay.
like, he was just there going, "Why is nothing happening?" He just stood behind the boss and just killed it.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're going to do SAW mechanics like they did for BWL at the easiest level, but it seems like they're trying to do something again.
Well, the raid's been out for a few hours now. Has anyone seen or heard anything else on that front?
Not yet. I definitely would like there to be more than just the SOM mechanics. I think that was like a big. The whole time we were doing SOD, like leading up to Molten Core, it was like, man, I wonder what they're gonna do to Molten Core. You know what I mean? Like if they're making Sunken Temple, this thing where there's like a jelly boss that chases you around, and like this is wild. And imagine how cool Molten Core is gonna be. And then it's just Molten Core. It's a little weird. Like I do hope that there's something for BWL.
All right. Guys, let's quickly just knock off. Does anyone here play Mage or not? No, we never get a Mage. I'm going to just real quick, all I'm going to say is, look, I apologize, Mages. I'll just say that Arcane Mage...
Cargaff if you want to find one.
Sorry?
You'll have to go to Cargaff if you want to find one.
There you go. I fucking just think that Arcane Mage looks really fun. They continue to work on this healing spec. It got some really good changes a few weeks ago. It seems to be getting even more if these changes do turn out to be real. Look, basically they're making regen and mass regen cheaper, which is just making Arcane Mages rejoice. The bonuses, let me see, I can't, here it is, the healer one. Arcane Missiles refunds 10% of its base mana each time it deals damage. Arcane Blast gains 10% additional chance to trigger a Missile Barrage, and Missile Barrage now affects regeneration the same way it affects Arcane Missiles. Your Temporal Beacons caused by mass regeneration now last 30 seconds. That's huge. That sounds really fun. Cheap mass regenerations going out, and they last 30 seconds, so you get license to pump. Fucking yes. Sign me up. All the yeses in the world. I really want to try it at some point. But guys, anyone here play Hunter? No?
Sorry, said Hunter sucks.
Yeah, look, Hunters are getting again a really good look at in Phase 5. Obviously, everyone bitched about the damage in PvP. They're really, really trying to tinker again with the Hunters to get them in this right spot. And like, quite frankly, if I flirted with...
This was on PTR that he said that, so I don't know if
right.
on PTR or not.
I flirted with this at the top of the pod, saying like, it's really interesting seeing how much flexibility we're getting with a lot of these SoD specs. Like Hunter is the class for flexibility right now. If you want 10 different options on how to play your class, sort of a la retail in a way, Hunter is the way to go. Like It's really, really interesting what they're doing. Melee Hunter is basically being buffed. Ranged Hunter is kind of being
coming back
nerfed.
hard.
Yeah, I'm all for you. You guys know I've been gushing about Melee Hunter, saying please go out and try it. It's really fun. They're really leaning into that and just going like, it looks like it's just going to be a fucking waterfall of Raptor Strike and Mongoose Bite procs. Just like basically these things are just coming back to you on return all the time. So it's just going to be Raptor, 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 Mongoose, Mongoose, Raptor, Raptor, Mongoose, Mongoose, which sounds boring, but like, I don't know, I like procs, so whatever. I like that they moved they moved one of the glove runes, I believe. Like, it's just opening up so much more flexibility, and I think it sounds really cool. So, I mean, you ranged hunters can fucking kiss my ass. The rise of the Melee Hunter is here. I'm very happy. Guys, I think that's all the classes. Does anyone have anything to say on the classes before we get to Ubi's survey? Or anything on Phase 5? Anything data mined, anything Phase 5, anything before we move on. Go nuts.
Just a feather in the cap for melee hunters is that Wind Fury is now raid wide, right? So you don't have to like fight with melee hunters to be in the melee group anymore. So I think that's something that's good for them.
And the new data mine swords, you like your procs, you're going to be even happier. Main hands, chance on hit to increase your run speed by 40% for 10 seconds, and then the off hands, a chance on hit to gain one extra attack with both weapons.
Mm.
They've got a top end of 229. Like, fucking hell. Melee hunters are going to delete people.
Fuck yeah.
So
I think it'll be sick to see those 3 new scenarios. Doesn't seem like I mean, we're all speculating wildly about whether they'll actually be instances or they might just be like some, instance thing for you to get your class weapon, but I think it'll be sick either way.
Maybe I'll do the Melee Hunter with the Aussie boys. I was thinking the Warlock. I'll have to try it. Decisions. Arcos, you missed... Forded disagreed with you earlier on the show. He thought the Shadow Priest tier set bonuses looked pretty cool. You say they're arse, and you are still awake. And, mate, if you're not going to voice your opinion on the show, then we have to discount it. Everyone, nobody listen to Arcos unless you can hear him. His opinion counts for nothing. He says they're absolute garbage. All right, well, Forded is spitting out his oysters as he hears you say that at the dinner table. Guys, look, let's move on. Ubi, are you ready?
Of course.
How are we going to do this? Let's do a little... Let me do the intro, and you fucking decide how you want to do this. I mean, I guess we just literally just go through the questions one by one and discuss the answers. This is going to take a little while, guys. So, look, eventually I'm going to get a drink. Settle in for the next 2 hours as we break down some pretty interesting and at times jaw-dropping results from over 3,300 Classic players weighing in on what they would like to see next in Classic Plus. It's going to be a really fun discussion. So all of you guys here, all of you can chime in, or you can just sit back and chill out and listen in. It doesn't really bother me either way. Ubi's got the results up there. I'll thank you for that, Ubi. I'll click your screen and do that.
I'll put it in Discord just on my browser, and then otherwise obviously go to Josh's Twitch. It's
no, that works really well. If I can just get that back up. Yeah. So my fucking intro is this, Ubi. Look, huge props to you first and foremost, mate. Out of nowhere, you were sitting at home bored. You had a reaction to the Blizzard survey that went out. You thought it kind of left a lot on the table. A lot of other people felt that way, going like, oh, either I don't get the survey or the questions aren't that great, blah, blah, blah. And you took it upon yourself to basically, for a bit of fun, design your own Classic Plus survey. People watched, people heard or watched me fill it out. Some other content creators filled it out that I'll mention soon. And this thing, gathered some steam through the Countdown community, through YouTube, through the subreddit and all this shit. And now we're sitting at about probably 3,400 results as of right now. And I think the survey's been out there for about, 8 days? So Zayu just filled it out on stream about 2 hours ago. I've no doubt that number is going to go up. I just want to say, mate, I guess on behalf of the community, thank you so much for the work that you did. And, if people are confused, like, oh, what's this all for? This is bullshit. Like, so what? You did a fan survey. It doesn't fucking mean anything. Nobody's going to see it. Well, I'm going to kick down the door of the devs and pass it on to the guys. Whether or not, how much they take it into account, I can't do anything about. But I can, DM Clay, one of the senior producers. I can DM Agrend, one of the senior producers, and Tim, the assistant classic lead, who, you know, I get along with all these guys and I talk to them outside of, you know, the show. And I can say, hey guys, look, a mate of mine made this survey. Here's 3,500 people that have filled it out. This doesn't have to change anything you do in development, but it might be fun for you to know. And they'll say, yeah, thanks. Hopefully they might say, yeah, that's kind of helpful. We'll take a look at that. And that's it. That's all it needs to be. So thank you, Ubiquitous, is what I'm trying to get at for doing this.
It was fun to build, and I mean, I would say it's a bit audacious to assume that they'd actually incorporate any of this specifically based off these answers. But I mean, hey, if they're happy to read it and they find it a giggle, that's mad. But
Yeah.
Predominantly what drove me to build it was I was just sick of people. Like, I could say, for example, I think classes are better when they press 5 buttons. And then 4 people would tell you, you're an idiot. We love pressing only 2 buttons. And you go, who's we?
Yes.
And they for some reason thought that they were the 80%.
Yep.
And everyone on every fucking facet of Classic Plus seems to just come across to me as, oh, my opinions definitely appeal to the most people. I'm not being niche. And that's pretty what just got me fed up, because like I have some of the results in here made me realize, only 20% of people like my favorite option, but there's 45% that like an option that I'm like neutral about. So then when I look at it, I go, oh, well, I'm happy for either, really. Like, use the barber. I actually don't give a shit if the barber's in the game at all. But it turns out, well, we'll get there. The result was not what I was expecting. If I had to have picked one and cared about, it wasn't the one that I would have picked. But am I going to not play the game because of like what other people prefer? No, because I'm pretty neutral on it. But yeah, that was the main motivation. Was just like, here you go. Now you can all see that none of us get along. We're actually pretty divided on a shitload of things, and you can stop talking like you're the majority, because we're all in 15% fucking parties apparently.
We can call it just the great argument settler in a way. It's like Google at the pub when you get in the argument with your mates. But yeah, whilst everyone can have their subjective feelings about things and no one's going to tell you how you should feel about the game, this does just help shine a small light on whether or not people feel the same way as you. So, Ubi, I think the super duper important thing, and I can't stress this enough, this is actually really important to do. With any poll, you need to talk about who took the poll, because obviously polls can be skewed depending on, you know, where you're sending them, what kind of people are filling them out, and all of that. So whilst I say we've got, you know, almost 3,500 responses to this poll, who did it? Well, I'll say something and then you can help fill in the gaps. Let me know if I miss anything. Guys, this is a poll that started out with the Countdown to Classic community. So we were the first, you know, 700 responses, let's say. Now, who makes up the Countdown to Classic community? Well, you guys have heard the fucking show. You know what I mean? You can probably, you don't actually have to guess. I remember like about 4 years ago, we did a bit of a demographic survey for the Countdown community. And, you know, I found that this won't surprise anyone. We are made up generally of a older crowd. We are, you know, 30 plus, you know, generally speaking, this isn't everyone, obviously. I'm just saying the vast majority. We're 30 plus. We're working professionals for the most part. You know, pretty high income earners generally. That was a funny question that I always come back to. That like the average Countdown listener was like on 150K plus. Like if something like a third or 45% of Countdown listeners were older, more advanced in their careers and doing well for themselves.
Someone share that with me, please.
Yeah, exactly, right. Me too, fuck. But also, just the reason I bring that up is like, as you've heard on the show, generally pretty level-headed players, smart players who have played the entirety of the Classic franchise. The Countdown community is made up of people that started in either 04 or 2019 Classic, and they've played pretty much every entry of the fucking Classic franchise. They've tried it all. And then we moved on to the subreddit where I shared it next, and that sort of brought us up over to the 1K mark where the average subreddit user, you could say, is obviously quite varied, but still a classic player or a classic fan. This is the classic WoW subreddit. It's classic WoW players or enthusiasts that go here. Now, also remember, guys, this is the smaller percentage of players that check things like the Countdown to Classic community, the subreddit, YouTube pages, and all that, and who have the time and space to go, yeah, I'll sit down and do a 20-minute survey. So we're not talking necessarily about the most casual of casual players. Generally, they won't find this kind of content or won't engage with it, or certainly won't do surveys. So you've just got to remember that. This is generally being filled out by your more involved classic enthusiasts, not just era, but the classic franchise. Then we had huge shout out to Blaze and Bob, Ebonheart, and Hammerdance. They then did videos and podcasts about this survey, and it got disseminated amongst their community. So now it hits you, it makes landfall on YouTube. But those are YouTube channels that, again, have classic enthusiasts amongst them. Now, this is the point where you could argue, Hammerdance and Ebonheart, they kind of came up in SoD. Are they going to attract more SoD enthusiasts than vanilla or era enthusiasts? Perhaps. So that's something to be taken into consideration. And we'll go through the numbers again of like what version of WoW people tagged as being the one that they enjoy the most, that might help you fill in on who's kind of filling out this survey. But Ubi, what am I missing out on? It's important to know who's filling it out, so we sort of decide for ourselves whether or not that skews the data. Have I missed anything?
No, not really. I looked at it optimistically in that, to be honest, like for example, retail did make up, 5% of the votes, but I mean, some people were saying you should try to harvest as many of those opinions as you can, but if retail is your favorite version of the game, you're probably just always going to like retail more than any fucking Classic Plus, because Classic Plus would probably never even meet halfway towards retail. So the fact that it's so SoD and era based, as well as like Wrath and TBC Classic fans, I think that's the right demographic. You want guys that played from 2019 till now, are playing SoD, or at least trying SoD. They might not like it. They're the fucking Classic fans, and that's what Classic Plus should be leaning towards. That's what Blizzard said the whole time. I mean, I put it there so that they could give their takes, because maybe if Classic Plus is really cool, you'll get modern players and stuff. But if you really, like, I'm playing retail right now, and retail is a good game for retail. It's not a good game for Classic. I wouldn't want Classic Plus to be anything like this, but I appreciate retail for what retail is. So yeah, there's always that, but you had to have those options in there so that when you go and look at who wants flying, and you go, 10% of people that did this were retail and Kata enjoyers. Wow, 10% of people want flying in Classic. Who could have seen that happening?
Yeah.
That it's just a measuring stick.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I don't know how much I actually have to read out, or we want to read out, or how many people are actually keeping eyes on it. But I think we can kind of go past all the first few here. Actually,
we see the total responses for the first question.
So just we'll say there's 3276 responses, right? First question is important. Are you currently subscribed to WoW? 87.5% yes. That's pretty much expected, but that gives you a bit of insight. Yeah, 12.5% of people not currently subscribed to WoW filling out this survey.
There's I didn't make any questions compulsory to answer, so they all have different amounts of responses, but they're all pretty close. Like, most people did every question, or like on average there's about 30 less responses than the total things done, and that's intentional. Some of the questions you might have just gone there and gone, I don't fucking know how I feel about it, skip it. It was made to be as accessible as possible.
Yep.
So yeah, these first three questions, like, are you subbed, which version do you want, and what class do you play, they're all just measuring sticks. This is literally like essentially useless data to discuss. It is just so that, holy fuck, there's a lot of warriors, which was expected.
16.5%. Yeah.
You can put that parameter on the rest of the survey from here and go, oh wow, if a fuckload of warriors did the survey, and then you get down to weapon skill, and it is super negative, or alternatively super positive, because that's what makes melee so strong. you could go, geez, I wonder why everyone wants to keep weapon skill. Maybe it's because 40 million warriors did the fucking survey. So that's all these first 3 or 4. So don't get too caught down in that shit.
No, that's all good. Sorry, just to quickly go back to the second question. I just want to say, so yeah, 33.7% of the people who filled it out are classic era / vanilla enjoyers. That's the version they tagged as what they like the most of WoW. 46.4% said SoD. So that's the two major camps making up the survey responders. Just want to say that.
Yeah, so it's got a good classic base there between those two versions. The classes is pretty split. I mean, I slapped Death Knight in there, but barely anyone from Kata seemed to give a shit about it. Server selection. So everyone's significantly in favor of just giant monster realms, which is where they're going.
57.4% said mega servers is the way.
Yeah, so it's I think it's a shout out to Zoran. I think Zoran told me to add this as an option. I didn't have it as an option in the first iteration, and then like 5 days later they announced that they were doing big servers. So maybe Zoran works at Blizzard. This was a question that I kind of regret slightly in some capacity. Should servers have forced faction population balance? 65.7% said only for PvP servers, which was at a glance probably the first logic. I don't know if everyone considered, like, are we still going to have instance world bosses, or are we going back to classic world bosses? Because then if you're on an unbalanced PvE realm, eat shit. You probably won't get to do them, I guess. But
I'll just say,
I mean, it does make sense.
The one interesting point for this one, and we won't go nuts on every question, you're right, or we'll be here forever, but I'll just open this one up to the crowd. The interesting point for me on this one is that clearly something that was brought in for SoD that was considered, wild. Even though we've all been asking for it for ages, it's something new, it's something wild. We're going to faction lock if your faction gets too heavy. 8.7% of responders said that shouldn't be done again, basically. So it's a wildly popular move in SoD. Does that surprise fucking anyone here?
I was one of those that said no.
Really, go? Then explain to us. Let's get him, fellas.
No, I came from a server that it was a small server, so maybe that's why. But I never really cared because I played Alliance and then I switched to Horde on the same server, and it was a PvE server. Everybody gives me shit for it, but I still did like the PvP stuff in TBC, like the towers and stuff like that. So it was cool. It was one-sided, kind of. It was more like a 70-30 towards the Alliance. But when I switched to Horde, I still went out and I PvP'd. It didn't matter that I was on the underdog side of things. Like I still went out there and had a blast doing PvP.
I think it's a really great placebo. Like, I'm on Lone Wolf, which is a PvP server, and, according to, like, the population sites, it's balanced 50-50. But it really is kind of, like, layer dependent, whether or not your BRM is Horde controlled or Alliance controlled. But I think it's great that it just, like, settles the debate for people that this is technically fair and you don't have anything to complain about. And I think that if you extend it to, like, non-PvP servers, it kind of preserves that feeling as well of like not being like totally one-sided if you want to play Horde super bad and it's like super Alliance slanted.
My big thing is that if somebody makes a new character, somebody tries WoW for the first time, logs in, they pick a random server, they pick a random faction, and then they don't know until 30 levels later that, oh shit, I picked the wrong thing and my side is 80-20 balance. So I always think that having a good balance between Alliance and Horde is always good for a healthy server and a healthy game.
I'm more slightly surprised at how wildly popular this was. Like it wasn't even close. Like forced faction balance has just shitted in a landslide.
Yeah, and for all the fucking squealing on Reddit about like, oh, I couldn't play with my friends for 17 minutes until Horde became unlocked again. Like now you just look like a fucking massive baby 6 months later. Like you all got there in the end.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Should PvP servers allow players to roll both Horde and Alliance on the same account? Ubi, what happened?
57.1% said yes. 43% saying no. I'm surprised it was this close. This is one that
I'm shocked.
I thought like 9 out of 10 people would have gone, yeah, I didn't give a shit anymore. Just play both factions.
Completely agree. I'm genuinely. This is one of the like handful that I was genuinely shocked by. What do you guys? Does this shock anyone else that it was this close?
I'm surprised that Yes went out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I really like I only play on PvP servers, and I've always really liked the fact that like I can't just log on to the other faction and like /who the people I want to find out where they are so I can go kill them, or talk bad on them after we've had a fight or anything like that. I kind of like that purity of you just have to you can only talk to your own people and stuff like that. So I was surprised to know that I'm in the minority.
I'm
No, I
just
agree.
thrown because you literally can have this already with the Blazing Bob has an alliance and a horde on a PvP realm because one server shut and he transferred his characters to the other one, and he already has it. And then on the other angle of it, you could just have 2 accounts and then you achieve that anyway.
Yeah, that's what I've
And
got.
I guess like you could give this to me and I'll still just never play an alliance character. So that's why I was like yes, because it's just accessible for other people. I could have just voted no, going nah, I'm gonna gatekeep because I hate playing alliance anyway. But fuck it, makes other cunts happy. You can have it. I don't give a shit.
And my big thing
That
for
was
this
kinda
one. Sorry, you go.
That was just kind of my thinking too. It's like I rarely play Alliance, and if I do, it's just to see, how everything works over there, see what's going on. Like it's not a big deal to me. I know there are people who, want to go on to the other side /who people talk shit and all that, but if you really want to do that, you can do it anyway with like someone said with the 2 accounts. So just wasn't a huge deal for me, but I'm not bothered either way.
The reason I answered yes to this one, and sorry, by the way, Rad Shammy, thank you so much for the Prime subscription earlier, mate. The reason I answered yes to this one is on the caveat that only Horde get Shaman and only Alliance get Paladin. I explained that I personally don't like being told there's a class I can't play in the game. That's just me. I don't like being effectively content locked. And you guys know me, I'm a big re-roller of all the classes in the fucking game. It rubs me the wrong way, so that is what pushed my yes response. But yeah, really close and really interesting. I was fucking shocked by that. Let's go on, Ubi.
The next one was more playable races. Something that got a bit, I guess, twisted was people were reading through the examples as if I'm the one that's deciding that all of these are going to get put in.
Yeah.
They're just a list of hypothetical examples. They might just go high elves and fucking goblin.
Yeah.
Forget about the rest. But I saw people going, oh, I like this, but I hate goblins.
Yeah.
So then they're there going, oh, yes, no. And it's like, mate, it's just, they might fucking put ogres and murlocs in for all I fucking know. It's just being open to having more races.
It's the infuriating part of surveys.
I thought this was this is a pretty strong result. Like, because depending on how you want to look at it, people that are hard nose, they absorb the neutral. But then people that are yes also absorb the neutral because you're like, they're neutral. We both get to yoink that statistic for our argument. But the fact that it's like, about 81% or whatever it is for, yes, inclusive of neutral, that's quite strong.
The Americans are experiencing some Discord issues, but it's working for the Australians, so that's weird.
Okay. Is Zunder DDoSing because he doesn't want extra races in the game? I think that's it.
Here's what we'll do. Let's give it a minute or two. Do you want to take let me go make a quick coffee. You and Wonder can talk to each other, and we'll just give it 2 minutes so the Americans can come back online.
All right. I'll if you scroll back up to that previous question, Ubi.
Wonder's unaffected.
I would be one that said no. I think that we should persist or keep the differences on the server, or between the factions on the server. But I would caution that position and say that if we had one large mega server where that was the only choice where you could play, then I would recant from that position.
Yeah,
While you have multiple servers, I think that I would reinforce that point.
I would say, like, because back in the, when we had 50 servers, you could say, well, if you can play Alliance on one server and Horde on another server. But if we get lobbed into just one region mega servers of PvE, PvP, but I only want to play PvP, then I literally can't, without a second account, have both a Horde PvP and Alliance PvP, even if
Yeah.
I do pay for another account. So yeah, I was in the same boat. I'm a bit iffy. I probably could have put a neutral option, but I feel like this is something that would actually, like, if everyone said neutral, it even if it was only 30% yes, 30% no, and 40% neutral, this is something that would piss the other half off. So it was kind of like, nah, pick your side of the fence. No fence sitting on this one.
But a result like this is not necessarily going to be super helpful for Blizzard, right? Because
because it's so close, it'll be.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a case of don't change it if it's not super decisive or really landslide one way. I could see them just going whatever.
I
But,
think a majority of people don't really give a fuck, and they just put one or the other. Like,
yeah.
Well, that's
me
why I
personally,
don't
it's
care
like-
result could be helpful,
yeah.
right?
Well, that's the thing. Like, it seems close, but if this was, once you're creeping towards 60%, that is almost like 150% more people wanting it than not. So, that isn't a small minority. The old 60-40 server argument, you think it's close, but that's fucking very one-sided.
Yubi, you know yourself on Shadow Strike, like for us Horde players at the very beginning, it was a landslide alliance, and the bots that were doing the farming were just making Horde accounts. So that was
we were getting inflated with bots. Yeah,
right. You think the Ashenvale event on Shadow Strike, obviously, the US and the EU servers were probably a bit different, but the Ashenvale event there was on average 7 raid groups to 2 raid groups for Horde.
Yeah,
like, it was that much of the difference, and we noticed it because you just go to the Barrens and you'd see the fucking bots just farming away.
I guess the problem is too that like at face value, just answer the question. If we have forced faction balance, how do you do that if we're both playing both sides? So I reckon if it's a trade-off of you either get forced faction balance or we all just get to play both teams, I'd rather be locked to a team and have forced faction balance.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
All right. Well, even though Josh is having a coffee, we'll fucking jog on. Is the races? I don't think is like we already went over it a bit. Race class combinations. This was surprising. I did not expect so many people to, even if we don't get more races, just go fuck yeah, let me be a Tauren mage. That was really surprising. I personally voted for yes if we got more races, because then I feel like it doesn't make it seem like they can all do everything. Like, if 7 races can play 6 classes, it for some reason it feels less bloated or like congested. Sorry, than 4 races getting to play all the 6 same classes or 8 classes, 9 classes. You know what I mean? It seems
Well, just like you said with the other question, just because you put Tauren mages in didn't make me not select it. I figured you're just kind of saying, hey, there's more options here, so you don't have to go with all of them.
It's genuinely a struggle to add more classes that even remotely make sense without adding more races. Like, even I was like, do I bother to say undead hunters, because some people would just blow up about it? I don't know, but
I'm back. What did I miss?
I voted no on both of these.
Discord's back.
Really, you voted no for both?
Yeah, I don't know. I might be the resident boomer of this show, but like I just like the simplicity of there's only 4 races and only some of them can be certain classes. It's just like way less things that you kind of have to keep in mind when you're like playing around certain like racial abilities and things like that. And I kind of just like that simplicity. I feel like that's one of the reasons that like Classic is appealing.
If it didn't
I know we
change,
want to like
I
add
wouldn't be
stuff,
upset.
but like this is like an area where I don't really want to like add or tweak too much.
I wouldn't be upset if they didn't change it, but like I also would like it if they did.
Well, I mean,
neutral's a good chunk. Like almost 17% are neutral.
Well, almost in total, you've got 80% of people that are comfortable with it being added in, right? Based on
that's
those
what I
results.
was going to say. Like, depending on what side of the argument you want to be on, you use the stats to your advantage in your little fucking debate club. And yeah, if there's only really 1 out of 5 people are like, no, I definitely don't want to see anything different at all. And then 80% are like either, yeah, fuck it, whatever, or please give me it. Like, and then I really did appreciate that at least 72 people pressed don't care human warrior every time.
I have no idea why, but for this, I just like there being more hunter classes. I rarely even play hunter, but thought of like undead and human hunters cool to me. I
Undead
don't know
Hunter is
why.
the coolest,
It's like
and it kills me
the
that you
one
can't do
thing.
it till Kata.
What was that?
Undead Hunter is the coolest, and it kills me that you can't do it until Kata.
Yeah, it's weird. Hunter's like the thing that like I feel like more things should be able to be hunter, but they just can't. And it's odd.
I will not play a class if I don't like the animations and the way the characters look. So
I'm
for
the
me, this is
same.
just this is purely a visual change to me. And unless there's like a super lore reason, like obviously Warlock Night Elves doesn't make any freaking sense. So unless there's like a huge lore reason why they shouldn't be something, I mean, I'm all for it.
Every time I see a Tauren priest in Kata, I shit myself. I'm like, is that possible?
I'm always like, my one takeaway from that was how every YouTuber commented about the lore. What does the lore dictate we can be? And Vestige, you're right. Like, it's important to be involved in that. That's fine. Personally, whilst I love the lore, I will always take practicality over the lore. And some people would say that those two things can't sync up like that. Like, you can't do that, Josh. You know, the lore should rule over practicality. But I'm just like, they got caught up on the, like we said before, they got caught up on the Tauren Mage example that Ubi threw in, and they all said, Tauren Mages, gross, there's no lore for that. No. But, like, I just don't care.
My thing is there lore against it?
Yeah.
That's what I was about to say. What's the lore against a human hunter?
Not that it can't be it. Like I said, like, is there a reason Tauren can't be priest? I mean, is there some sort of priesty thing they can't do lore wise? I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure
They
there's some
can't go
guy
to church?
a 30-page essay right now to me that why they should do it, why they can't do it. But from my point of view, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. So that's why it's like one of those things. Like, shouldn't every class kind of be able to be a hunter? Maybe except gnomes because their pets would eat them. But I mean, like,
I'm open to it as long as it's like logical. Like Svahana's saying, I wouldn't actually want to see Tauren rogues. It just seems dumb that a Tauren could possibly be sneaky and stealthing around.
Cover themselves
realistically
in mud
though, like, sorry.
in their own shit.
Who was that? Sinner? Sinner, were you going to jump
Yeah.
in?
Yeah, like the thing that I've always argued about on the Discord is people are fine with things that make absolutely no sense as long as it was in 2004 or 5, whatever. Gnome warriors and Tauren rogues are both absolutely ridiculous.
I think Dome Warriors are fine.
But
yeah, because they were back then.
I think
if warriors couldn't. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say,
I mean,
I'm actually with Sinner
Are you
there.
saying like small people can't get strong?
But then why can't
pick them up and kick them out the way?
If the gnome, I think it's a fair argument. If the gnome warrior is out there shield slamming with as much strength as the orc warrior and fucking all that shit, why can't the most agile Tauren ever born be a rogue?
Yeah, I can see
You just
the
have
argument.
to have the agile title, and then it makes.
I feel like strength is something that you can naturally develop, and like stealth and cunning is like something that is prohibited
I
by
disagree,
your size.
but strength is physical. The gnome weighs fucking 30 pounds dripping wet.
Yeah, but it's a fantasy game, so
but
he's
that's
like,
exactly
super
my
strong.
point. It's a fantasy game, so you can be whatever you want.
If I interpreted what Sinner is leaning to, if Gnome Warrior didn't exist in 2004, you wouldn't be here now saying that you'd be fine if they were able to become
warrior. Every race can be warrior, so it always
I
made
understand.
sense to me.
I'm just
that
saying,
way.
I think his example is that for some reason some people are okay with it because it's just how it was,
Yes.
even though it's just as illogical
Yeah.
in 2004.
Even blood elves can be warriors, and it makes zero sense for them to be warriors at all. But they still had this thing from 2004 saying, "Well, every class can be a warrior." And
They
so,
can't
but
be warriors
lore-wise-
until Kata, though. I think when they were originally released, they
No,
couldn't
but
be,
Yubi's
which is
spot
kinda
on.
weird.
The guys are spot on. If there was a small story lore-wise in 2004 as to why Taurens could be rogues, everyone would be on board with it. It's just like it takes one lore sentence for everyone to go like, "Oh, Blizzard says it, then it's okay," and they throw away the practicality and just goes, "Oh, it's lore now."
I mean, by the same reasoning, we should have undead paladins because Zeliek exists. Like right now.
Yeah. No. Let's move along. We'll get very caught up in the weeds here. UV is
Gonna-
the nerds get
at this
fiery.
rate, my estimate is that we're going to be here for 4.5 hours at this rate, and we haven't even got to the actual good questions.
Yeah.
yet.
No. Let's zoom. Let's zoom. Let's do it.
Yeah, should Shammies and Pallies be on both factions? It's about exactly what I anticipated. It's pretty divisive. Like it's close. It's a close split, but it is more in favor of yes.
So what's the split? Tell us the numbers.
36.7% are just yes off the bat. 18% are yes, but potentially as like a future content patch or an unlockable hero class or something along that line. 26% said no, but they do like how SoD overcame the Alliance did get Wind Fury and Horde have an equivalent of Salvation through the Alpha buff, and then 19% were just no thanks. So I don't think we'll
45, 55.
Yeah, we could yell at each other all day about this, but it seems like it's just it's yes or no
very
between
close,
the fucking crowd.
yeah.
So the racials, one of my favorite questions I put in this fucking thing. Racials should be niche but flavorful, like Stone Skin, Cannibalize, Shadow Meld, and Warstomp coming in with 52% of all votes. I don't know, I kind of expected it, but that was my answer.
So basically, only
17%.
17.6% want it like it is in vanilla.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, your weapon skills, fear ward, shit. Like, if you
That
play,
surprises me.
yeah. I don't think so. Maybe this is where again you look back to it and you go, is there potential greed in a survey? This is something that I can't remember who I was talking to. Maybe it was Tito. No surprises. How there are people that aren't actually answering this in terms of like what they deem would be the better game or just their literal personal preference. Like if all I'm ever going to play is Human Warrior, I'd probably vote for high impact on the meta too, because that's always going to help me the most because I always play human. So there, you always have to take that with like a little hint of pessimism.
And
I guess.
as you highlighted at the top there, 16.5% of survey fillers were warriors, and 17.5% of this answer were saying keep it the way it is with the weapon skill and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, so like that's where those questions come back to be handy, and you could go, not to undermine any answers, because over an average of 3,300, you'd like to think that not everyone is just voting to make their character the strongest it can be in a survey, but it's just literally human psychology. There'd be some guys that are going, fuck it, helps me the most, so I'll keep it the same. Really surprisingly, I did not expect 27% to vote for flexible racials, so like you can learn another races.
That's higher than I was that's higher than I was expecting. I voted for that,
me.
but I was very
So I voted
torn. I was very torn between
This
that
one was
and
really hard.
Yeah. I was very torn between that and the niche answer. Fred Munro actually talked me over to flexible, I think it was, because he said at the end of the day, even with Fred, you'll have to correct me, but he said something along the lines of, at the end of the day, even if it's flexible, if you're a PvP fan, everyone's going to be taking the same shit anyway.
Yeah. To be sure, I actually voted in. I'm a blue voter here. I voted no changes, but for Countdown, what you were talking about, you were saying, well, I want to see in PvP. The reason why I'm not liking flexibles, if I see someone in PvP, like I don't know like what racials they have. And I'm saying no, with flexible, actually you do know what racials they have. Everyone's using hardiness. If they're using War Stomp, they're probably using all the best PvP racials. Everyone has the same one.
Yeah.
They all will the Forsaken.
And that's what pushed me over the edge, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did it for, was balance, basically.
And only 3% voted to just fuck them off entirely. I was kind of surprised by that. I thought more people would just be like, nah, piss them off. But
I'm not shocked. People love racials.
I think the niche but flavorful probably stole. If that wasn't there, a lot more people would have just voted to piss them off, because like you'd rather have none than have gatekeeping ones potentially. Yeah, I really do like the niche. Like, I think Stone Skin on a dwarf is cool, and it has its like, against a rogue, it's fucking high impact.
Would
and then
humans
Cannibalize.
retain like diplomacy?
Beg your pardon?
Would humans retain diplomacy, like the thing that gives an extra rep?
Well, it's
that's the
whatever.
thing, like,
Hypothetical.
If you're going to remove ones that are high impact on the meta, they need to be replaced. Like, because not everyone has a high impact racial that they would be losing, so to speak. So, I mean, hey, I'm not the dev. They can fucking think it up. I'm just trying to find some answers of the community.
Yeah, that's what I thought made this one hard, is trying to figure out which ones get removed and don't.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. There'd be people that are going, oh, but if they take my weapon skill away, are they going to give me anything at all? Probably not. So I'm just going to vote to keep it. That's where you got to kind of interpret the results yourself and have a guess at the human psychology behind. Character customization, they don't really talk very much. Like, half of voters don't give a shit. Half of them like want more haircuts and stuff. And then I did try to put them in order of what I thought would be like decreasing interest. But surprisingly, lots of people want to choose what eye color they have. So,
Yeah. And I think the most notable one is basically only 10% of players said they think that things should be left as they are now at the character creation screen.
Yeah, and I'm sure it can't be that hard to just port like all the haircuts you have access to. Whether I don't know if Catter actually had additional added or not, but whatever. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
it
just
did.
fucking port the art over. Give my undead 4 more lame haircuts. I'm still gonna be a black mohawk, no jaw every time.
Just
You-
don't
you-
do the
can we say-
retail one. They do too much in that.
Just to throw this out there, just for everyone, just so you know, undead is my favorite race. I believe it's Ubi's favorite race as well. If you are playing an undead character with a jaw, please re-roll. You're doing it wrong.
You also
No-
need the
no
X on
jaws,
your
please.
face.
Yeah, my my rogue on Crusader Strike is the shitty ponytail, cross face, no jaw, hideous fucking monster.
My undead was
I
also
do.
hideous.
Every one of my undead virtually on Classic has the schoolboy haircut option and no jaw.
It's a good look,
Yeah.
especially with the shitty vanilla one where it's just a spiky tongue.
Yeah. The retail one is interesting. The tongue, I like it, but it's very different. Anyway, barbershop, hit us.
Yeah, this surprised me. 33.4% want absolute character remake. 30. Oh, I'm gonna round to nearest percentages, or just roughly. 33% want just haircuts and beards and stuff, so just the really basic appearance. 15% are in between, where you can change your skin tone and some of your features, and 20% just said no barber at all. I'm super surprised that 1/3 of all votes are down for like complete character remake, including body type and all that shit.
I think the bigger thing is that 4 out of 5 classic players say just throw a fucking barbershop in the game.
Yeah, but when you know, every time it's mentioned on Reddit, there'll be 14 comments immediately saying that you're just a retail fucking cuck and that's all you care about.
What are you gonna? Where's the slippery slope? What's he gonna ask for next?
Yeah, if you give me barbershop, they're gonna sell me a fucking sparkle pony the next week, 100%. So
I honestly think there is a question, an option missing here though, because I think most people don't care at all. I chose one of the yes answers, like just bids and whatever, but
yeah.
I would never use it. I just don't care. You know?
Yeah, I'm probably pretty neutral as well, and I figured, to be honest, what do you guys think the devs should do? Because if there's 33% for really basic and 33% for complete, do you actually go with the 15% vote that's in between? Because that kind of appeals
they'll find
to
some
most.
way to they'll find some way to monetize it. There's no way they're gonna let you do that for free.
I'd be totally fine with the 15%.
I could see it being free, but we'll see. Let's go on, Ubi.
Character associated services in a game shop, because guess what? I'm not putting a question in to ask if you're going to have a game shop. You're going to fucking get one and you're going to like it. Just don't fucking spend money if you don't want to.
Good call. I think
It's
that's
the
probably a
reality
good
of
call.
getting anything off the ground with much development. You know, it's fucking 2024. Every game's got a shop. Just be glad that they don't have a fucking loot box casino for us to
Can
play.
I shout out the most surprising thing
name
from
change.
this one, Ubi? Can I just start on I think the biggest talking point here is I want everyone to think of the disgusting amount of character boosts that Blizzard sold from TBC onwards. And like, you know, everyone's dabbled in the character boost. We talked about it ad nauseum on the show at the time 4 years ago, whether it was a good or bad thing for the game. I've contended from the start that like part of like no doubt she's an absolutely amazing, accomplished manager of the game. But I think part of the reason Holly has gone through such grand success with Blizzard early on has been she was behind one of the great money makers in the character boost. Like, it's just it was a great thing for them and their bottom line. I think it sold a squillion copies, and it's really interesting for me to see that despite its popularity in terms of selling like hotcakes, only 8.5% of responders want to see it in a Classic Plus shop. I'm on board with that. I am shocked by that. I thought it would be much higher.
I think this is a classic example of, I know it's better for me to not have it, but if you put it in, I'm going to buy it. Like, don't put the chocolate cake in front of me because I will not control myself.
Yeah.
I think, before we've gotten there, you're like, nah, don't put it in. But I would 100% buy one. If they put it in, I will buy it, but I don't want it to be in. So I think that's why no one voted to specifically have it. But I'd rather buy a boost than have some mage boost me in SM if it's available. So just don't make it available.
I think I'm more
So if
shocked.
they came out with a brand new Classic Plus, you would buy a boost and skip all the new content they made it just to get the 60 faster?
No, but they wouldn't release it on launch.
Yeah,
for
later
ults and
on.
shit.
Oh, you're talking like 12 months down the road or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. As soon as it becomes available, I'm never leveling an alt again. But I'd level my first character through for sure. But that's just me because, again, you just go, oh well, it's $30. Fucking hell, do half an hour of overtime or some shit, and then you've skipped the having to redo a leveling grind that you don't enjoy. That's on the assumption that the next one, whatever they make, isn't great.
For me, it kind of depended on how much content there is in the game. Because in Classic, I didn't feel like I needed a level boost because there was so much you could do all the time. I don't think it was until Nax phase or maybe AQ that I leveled the second character because you always had something to do. So then in TBC came, you level the character, played through it, did all your attunements. Eventually you're kind of done with it. You're just raid logging, and then I could try another character, and then more so in Wrath, even more so in Kata. So it's really dependent on how much there is to do and how quickly you get through all of it.
I'm gonna have to really fucking ramp it up. Not that I'm in a massive rush. I've still got an hour and a half or something. But
Yeah, it's all right.
we're
Kick
gonna
it up.
probably have to go with
No, kick it up a notch.
as I'm talking about shit. If there's answers that just utterly fucking infuriate you, then feel free to speak up. But I think we've got to stop gathering 4 cents from everyone, including myself, on every single question.
No, all right, fair enough.
The ideal leveling pace 1 to 60, pretty divided, pretty much like 20% to 25% for every option, from 150 hours, 120 hours, 90 hours, 60 hours, 40 hours. We're all super divided. So there you go. There's your journey. That's how much we all love the same journey. I can stop being told to appreciate the journey because apparently lots of players are happy for a slightly shorter journey. The additional quests, I was happy to see this result. Absolutely no one, well, sorry, I should say 6% of people voted for just don't add any more quests. I like it how it is. 40% of people only want enough quests to smooth out the thin brands. Like the zones that come to my mind are like Searing Gorge and Burning Steps and shit.
But
when
that's
you're around that
surprising
area.
to me because you add that up and 45% of responders want only just a few to no extra quests added in Classic Plus.
Yeah, and then you've got 30% say they want many more quests, and then 24% want fuckloads of quests where you can go 1 to 60 on a continent. So it's like, I think obviously you're going to get more quests. It would be stupid not to. So, use this as a gauge. I would say maybe if this is no, obviously no, all the way up to max, maybe aim for around here. Somewhere between the red and the orange, and we'll see. Hopefully that'll be good.
That one shocked me. That one shocked me. Almost half the responders don't care that much about extra quests.
Yeah, I voted for quests on quests on quests, so I'm
same,
definitely surprised.
same,
I thought people would want to just have quests out the wazoo. Check the boxes you agree with about professions granting XP. This was a surprise. I thought no XP should be given at all would be just an absolute landslide. I'm surprised that 40% of people think both gathering and crafting should give XP. So,
And
but
55
45% said no, not at all.
But yeah, so 55% all up thinks some form of experience in some way from professions.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know if I didn't really get to explain my personal theory. Like, I just came up with this when I built the survey. And it's like, if you get 250 XP for killing a yellow level mob, if you crafted a yellow pattern, it would give you 250 XP. It surely wouldn't be that much leveling between 0 and 300, but I just thought it would have been cool. I put both personally, but I did expect no XP at all to be a landslide victory. But it's pretty close. But I wouldn't, this is one of those things. If you get to Classic Plus and it doesn't give XP, I don't see anyone unsubbing over that. The sleeping bag introduction is 50% said yes, 30% said they don't care, and 20% said no. I really want to talk to people that said that they don't want the sleeping bag. Like, do they think it's somehow like ruining the game that you can log out in the middle of the fields of barons and come back in 6 hours and have like,
Mate, ruins my RP, mate.
Yeah.
I've still never done the quest for it.
Beg your pardon?
I've still never done the quest for it. I don't have my
It's
sleeping
such
bag.
good. If you're ever leveling an alt, it's like it's a must. You get a free level out of it, and then you get to log out wherever you want. It's great. And actually, the most important part of the sleeping bag quest that nobody talks about, just real quick, is the student fodder. You hold it till you're about 53, and then you start popping it on cooldown and ride out that road to 60 from 53, and you're laughing. That's why you do the sleeping bag quests. Anyway.
I don't know. Like, obviously, you wouldn't get fodder and shit if they introduced some kind of system in Classic Plus. But I just liked I liked having my, I'm a come back and play for 90 minutes every day kind of player. So it's kind of cool that you don't have to spend, 10 minutes of your 90 running out of the base or out of the town to go quest. Or, you can do the trade-off. But I just found it nice, and the instant logout's always enjoyable too.
Before you move on, sorry.
Yeah.
The one thing I want them to maybe not have is the liminal scrolls working on the sleeping bag. I do play a mage, but it does feel kind of cheap that I can just teleport to anyone at any given time.
Yeah, I think that's probably. I'm surprised that it just hasn't been fixed in SoD, unless they come out and say that it was actually intentional.
I think that's pretty cool.
I feel like it's an oversight, but DC Green, you shock me, bud. How can you be like so classic on some things, and then you like mages literally teleporting to any single square meter in the world?
Well, I was doing a lot of rare mob camping, like King Mosh included, so it was really cool that I could just like unfurl a sleeping bag and have my mage friends TP to me.
Little bit of a greedy choice, huh? It works for you, so it's a good change. I see how it is. When should you get your first mount? Let's not even spend too much time on that. 55% said 40.
Yeah, 41.
No one's shocked. I think that's good. It's worked forever, and it's a nice spot to get it. Now this is a juicy one. I reckon we can stop here for a bit. What is your preferred dungeon forming option? Looking for group interface, so like bulletin board. Manual invites with functioning summoning stones. Now, I put summoning stones in on the assumption that everyone would assume that means 2 people. 2 people get to the stone, and then you can start to summon other people. That was by far the most popular choice. At almost 47% of people are happy to just have bulletin board, invite your boys, then in your party chat, social engagement, talk about which 2 people go to the fucking stone first. Or if you're a good party leader, you're already fucking there. And then as soon as you invite people, you fucking summon them to your dungeon and you get rolling. How good? 25% want bulletin board, manual invites, but everyone still rides to the dungeon. I was not surprised. So this kind of did play out exactly. But if anyone's absolutely like, nah, that's fucked, I want full kata, teleport me in, baby, teleport me out, or the alternative, like, sift through looking for group channel amongst all the summon spams and form your party, speak up now. But I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. It's just that I feel like this is an important topic, but it's not a surprising topic.
I think it's important. I'm always going to do this. I'm sorry, for every answer, I'm going to focus in on kind of the no answer, the slim no answer. I just want to say that 9.2% of responses from 3,300, 9.2% said leave it as it is. That the way to find a dungeon group in Classic is fine. Don't touch it. It's beautiful. 9.2% of you. I have been harping on about this thing for years. Now, granted, my argument over the years has evolved and I've changed certain things about, whether you get fucking auto group forming or all that shit. But I've been maintaining the whole time that something has to change. In the modern age, the fact that we type out a fucking message in a chat and you scan chat or use bulletin board or whatever to find dungeons is fucking ridiculous. I've been saying this for years on the show. And I get like a fair bit of pushback about this. I really do. I get people going, no, it's fine. Don't fight. It's Classic, baby. It's social. Don't change a fucking thing. Fuck you. It's fine. I get told that a lot. Like a lot. 9% of you, 9% turns out are married to the way it is. And I kind of want to scream, go fuck yourselves.
I bet you half of them use bulletin board add-on.
100%.
Like there's
Absolutely.
no way they actually squint at their looking for group chat and go summon. There's my fucking Scolo. Get in there. There's no way. They're using bulletin board and they're just going, no, it's fine. There's an add-on for it. Don't change anything. Just put the add-on in the fucking game.
It's fucking ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's the whole fucking, can I take the car to the corner shop? No. Fucking, why you walk? We walked back in my day, but I've got a car. No, walk. 9% of you. Fuck you.
I voted for walking, but I used the bulletin board add-on, so I voted to. I liked whoever suggested in the last podcast that there's like a literal bulletin board in the towns. Like I think that would be really cool, but I like the fact that you have to walk to the instance. But I could be Alliance favored there because like Ironforge is super close to like all the dungeons.
Fuck you, DC Green, you piece of shit. No, I'm joking.
But would you? Would you actually use the bulletin board? Like, if you had it in the city, would you actually use it, or would you just continue using it?
Of course. If it was in the city, I would totally use it. I think that's really cool and immersive.
I like the premise of the RP of the bulletin board and shit. I would just absolutely never go and tell someone else like, yo, what's on the board? I'm not going to org.
Yeah, there would be a whole bot network of just bots checking the board for you that fill an add-on.
Can I just jump in?
There would literally be, unironically, bulletin board 2.0 add-on, and it would somehow plug from that board in your game just to an add-on that's viewable across the world anyway, and you would just end up in exactly the same boat except for 4 RPing doomers or boomers at the board in the city looking at it. Like
I can tell all of you have your hearts set in Stormwind and Orgrimmar, which are the shittiest cities ever. But if you're a based Ironforge bro, like the bulletin board would be right in the middle where everything else already is. So I stand by it.
Yeah, but no one's gonna go look at it. There'd just be an add-on to make you look at it remotely.
I just want to jump in.
It'd be right by the bank and the mailbox and the auction house. It'd be really easy to get to.
I just want to jump in and say, Spahana, fucking slow your roll. Don't do the old back in my day. We talk to people in MMOs. You might be being tongue-in-cheek, but I'll just say, because obviously this survey question, this had many options. This doesn't stop people from talking to each other necessarily to form the group. This wasn't an auto group former question necessarily. This was like 5 or 6 different options, many of which still involved you having to talk to people to form the group. It just gave you a new UI through which to do it. So
I feel like talking about who's going to go to the summoning stone is way more social engagement than anything the current system offers.
Oh yeah, that argument's brilliant.
I literally say invite DPS, I get invited, and I silently approach the dungeon, silently complete the dungeon, then say GG's good group at the end, even if it was a bad group because I'm nice, and then I leave. At least now I'll be like, oh, you mad cunt, thanks for summoning me. 10 times more social interaction than prior. Which alt-friendly implementations are acceptable? We'll just talk about the hot choices. 70% are happy with like the BOA or bind on account achievement items, like what's in SoD. So you only have to do Oni
You
achievement
can't
once.
round up 69%, bro. Hold on, go back.
Yeah, 69% of people were happy with BOA achievement items. 52% are happy or open to bind on account, reputation. So like, I'm not saying the items or like mounts and shit, but like imagine doing your Argent Dawn rep, and now you can just send that in the resistance enchant to other characters. That's more the alley that I was staying in. I voted for that. I'm pretty happy with that. And 52% of voters are happy with that. And 90% rounding up are happy for instant mail to their own characters, which is
Fucking
obviously that was
thank
expected.
God sanity prevailed there. 88% of people go bring instant mail to Classic Plus. I'm getting angrier and angrier now that I've been robbed of it over the years.
You need 60 seconds to abuse the 4.8% that want nothing. They want none of the above, no fucking help whatsoever. Leave it as it is.
I know there's always an argument against something. People go, but Josh, like, you know, have nothing because Josh, instant mail helps the bots. We can't do it. Won't somebody think of the bots? I'm just like, we talked about this before on the show where it's like, if there is a change that like slightly assists the bots, but greatly assists the vast majority of actual players, then what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I just would like to clarify, I did see some absolute fucking imbeciles out there going like, oh, what? He just wants to make it retail, putting heirloom items and stuff in. Bro, these aren't all my fucking ideas. Like, I just put them there to see if you wanted them. I don't fucking want them. I didn't tick heirloom. Like, there's some answers here where I'm looking at you with disgust that you ticked it. And that goes out to the remove achievements entirely and the heirloom enjoyers, okay? You guys took the bait. You're bad classic fans. I'm sorry. Should we gain rested XP faster in Classic Plus? This is kind of a whatever question. I just threw that in because I like how it feels.
Yeah, I'll chip you for
Unsurprisingly,
this
so does
one. This
everyone else.
is your shittest question of the survey. Good job.
Yeah. It was also just it's a tester to see, you know, no vanilla rates are fine. As if anyone's ever gone and logged in and gone, yes, I got 5% rested XP for that 8 hours. I love that it's 5% specifically. It's just another measuring stick. Now we're at the real juicy two that are going to piss some people off. Classes in vanilla have appropriately developed toolkits that promote engaging rotations and gameplay. 8% of you say that's true or strongly agree with that statement.
20% agree.
Strongly disagree.
Well, hang on. We'll add it up. So to be fair, we add it up. 28% are basically positive towards the 1.12 toolkits.
Yeah. And then this is one of the, like, it's like a murky answer in that, like, are you saying neutral because you think like 4 classes are okay, 4 classes are shit, so you go, fuck it, that's neutral? I don't know how people interpreted this. It's kind of a personal question. Like, I strongly disagreed because how I interpreted it was the classes across the board. If I was only voting on Rogue specifically, I'd probably be like, neutral into disagree, because Rogue is actually pretty decent in vanilla, even though I want it to be different from what it is.
This is probably a question that you would want to filter based on the class that they said was their main.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, so of the 28% that are positive, remember that 16.5% of responders are warriors.
Yeah, exactly. So even just how they interpreted it, like, I probably could have said, you know, are you happy with how your class plays? But I did hope that people were like classes across the board.
So I think it's just to go back. Just last thing I'm going to say, just combined again. I said 28% are positive, 25% are neutral, and if we add it up, 47% of responders are negative towards the 1.12 toolkit. Okay.
Yeah. How many classes do you think need juicing up from their vanilla version? 34% of voters have said every class could be improved upon. 20% reckon 5+. Most classes need improvements. 33% said just the hybrids, 2 to 4 classes. And then 10% said 1 to 2, the very fringe specs. I wrote fringe, I don't even know which ones I'm referring to. Maybe people assume Boomy and S-Priest is the fringe, I don't know. And then 3% said none needs sprucing up in terms of their viability and being enjoyable. Those are the warrior mains that just love having 20 or 5 raiders service them and do everything to power them up.
Yeah, so it's kind of like 13% of responders basically say that 2 or fewer specs need touching up, and basically everyone else is 2 or more.
Yeah. No, that's I anticipated that, but at the same time, it feels as if the blue are like 50% of the crowd whenever the topic gets talked about on Reddit. I don't know if the algorithm's just trying to make me annoyed on my morning tea breaks or not, but it seems like, most of the, I would call it like full, proper, hardcore, vanilla private server enjoys for 20 years. It seems as if they're half the chatter, but then this survey seems to say that it's a smaller group than expected. In regards to your SoD class at level 70, are you happy with it? 40% have said yes, they're happy with their class at level 60 in SoD. 30% have said somewhat. 11% have said no. And what I'm most happy about is 20% of you did say, mate, I didn't even fucking play SoD, so I'm not going to ruin your fucking question. Thank you. Thank you for ticking that box. And not being a hate watcher like some YouTubers.
So
I don't think this is very
70%
surprising.
positivity, 70% positivity towards the SOD changes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was 46% off the top of my head were like SOD orientated players currently that took the survey, but this is still a good, that makes this more valid, because if you're playing SOD, you've experiencing the classes and you're going, yeah, I do like how this plays compared to my vanilla version. But that's for someone else's data interpretation.
Just to be sure, it is 70% of people are positive, but 20% haven't played SOD.
Yes,
so
sorry, that's a fair thing to add.
So it's actually 7 out of 8.
Yes.
People who have played SOD think it's better.
Yes.
7 out of 8.
Thank you, Fred. Yes. Spot on. Spot
team.
on.
At which point do you feel most classes were fleshed out and enjoyable to play? Vanilla has 9%, TBC has 26 or 27%, Wrath has 33%, and Cataclysm and then into Mop they share about 5, or they share 10%. 21% of people say a mythical mix of multiple, which is like kind of what SOD's tried. Between this, I mean, my bias says that obviously around Wrath, people liked pressing their buttons. If you can just extract how your class played in Wrath and remove it from Wrath's reputations, its raid difficulties, the raids itself, raid comp, 25-man raiding, if you actually have the ability to pull it from there, it seems like people go, you know what, those 4 buttons were fucking mad, bro.
Well, even better.
I'm not surprised.
Let's do this. Let's add up Wrath, Mop, Kata, and SOD. Just show me what's Kata and Kata's what 6%, and that's 4%. So that's 10%.
Yeah, it's about 9 or 10%. 31%,
so it's about 65% of responders are basically saying they like button pressing.
Yes, and even like in TBC, some classes were hectic, but like Warlock was still super boring, for example, in TBC. So like maybe they liked how it played in Wrath instead. But someone that's ticking TBC, maybe they were arcane mages. Those guys fucking enjoyed TBC. They had a blast. But it's just surprising again. Like Vanilla's at 9%. I think it's just maybe if this had been done before SOD or before we had all been playing Wrath and shit, it would have been more. But then people went and pressed 5 buttons instead of 2, and we're like, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I think it's fair
to chat is also
go, mate. Sorry.
What Behana said is also something that would ring true for me in Classic. Like having a boomer spec that just presses 1 button, just to include the people who want to play that way. I think I would be fine in a Classic world where that would be where that would exist.
Yeah.
I wanted to add one thing towards voting for TBC, because I'm someone who voted for TBC. Your question wasn't when did you feel like the classes were best put together. It was when did you feel, at which point did you feel they were the most, fuck it, never mind.
No, most fleshed out,
I
yeah.
misinterpreted it to mean like they were fleshed out by TBC. They might not have been perfect, but there was such a difference between vanilla and TBC that I felt like this is now, they're fleshed out.
Fair enough.
Yeah. For some classes they were, for sure. For some others, it was still literally like kind of playing vanilla, but you were just doing cooler raids.
That's fair. My bad.
Are you would you like talent trees to be developed or reworked to make more specs and playstyles viable and engaging? That fucking was a absolute barn stomp. 84% in favor of talent changes.
Yeah. So only 16% of
The
responders call it
16% are
sacrosanct.
furiously typing their hatred on Reddit right now, going, "You can't trust these devs to make a change."
Yeah. So the holy sacrosanct, untouchable vanilla talent trees, 16% of people feel that way. 84% said, "Fucking get in there and do some damage if you want to."
Go have a try. I mean, there's some talents that I've literally never put a point in, and I never will. If there is a rogue out there that has ever put a point in vigor for any purpose, pretty much ever, shoot me a DM. I would love to hear from you. I don't think I'll ever hear from anybody on that. In Classic, that is. Should the developers use PvE output as a primary source for balancing due to the community's priority towards that area of the game? 52% have said yes, 30% are unsure, and 18% said hard no. This is another question that, like, I feel like it's straightforward when I read it, but I wrote the damn thing. Maybe they're saying, like, oh, you know, we're going to perfect all the classes to within 1%. No, I'm just saying, like, you know, look at the logs and go, fuck, Enhancement Shaman's dog. Let's just make them do more damage. They don't have to be exactly the same as the top one. That's never going to happen. But since it's all we run off for our data and shit, they should use that as a tool as well. I'm not really surprised by this because, again, it's the community's priority.
I think the unsure element will just be people slightly concerned about the impact it could have on PvP, but still holding potentially the view that, you know, PvE balance would be nice. My kind of feel it would be that the thing that they've done with rogues. What's the rune? Is it oh fuck! You'd help me here.
That does what?
The one that reduces damage in PvP, which only impacts
Cutthroat. It only does more damage against non-player characters.
Yeah, so I would have thought something like that being integrated more across the board would be advisable.
Yes, that's
to try and solve this
shadows,
problem.
actually.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that example up because that's perfect, and I think they need to go down that route. In the it's like it could just be in the talent trees. Like you could talent into it, and it could be, I don't know, your Starfire deals 100% more damage after you put 5 points in against non-player targets, and you go boom. Boomies aren't shit in raids anymore, but then also they're not literally just one-shotting people with a Starfire over and over and over.
Exactly.
So that's a really interesting can of worms that they fucking opened with that specific rogue rune. Because when I first looked at it, I'm like, bro, I'm just gonna press backstab 4 times and kill anyone in PvP, and then it was like, oh, it doesn't work. So
We can probably blitz through this next one.
yeah, dual spec popular as fuck. No surprises there. And 88% of people are happy to have dual spec. Oh, sorry. Does it positively impact how you play the game? 88% of people said yes. 12% of people said no. Must be the people that get forced to off tank on bosses that need more than 2 tanks or something, and they hate doing it.
I'm a no here. I'll tell you why. I like
Yeah.
playing one character, and I can only raid on the one spec each week. So dual spec actually offers no real benefit to me. Forces me to level a second character to play that other spec instead.
If you want to gear 2 at the same time. Yeah. I get what you mean.
Or play 2 at the same time.
That's a valid point. Would you like to see greater respec flexibility? I thought this was pretty much as expected. 57% are happy to just have dual spec. 15% want triple spec. 13% want to just change talents whenever you're in a rested area. 7.5% want talents anywhere as long as you're not in combat. That was wild, bro. And 8% just said no. They don't want any fucking respec flexibility and stuff.
I'm a sick fuck who voted triple spec because I'm like, I want my healing spec, my PvE damage spec, and my PvP spec.
I could understand triple. I'm bewildered that people are like, yeah, out of combat talent changes, like before a boss pull and shit. Fuck that, you're griefing yourself so hard.
Yeah, 15% basically saying I want to be able to change talents on the fly. That's way harder. I thought that would be.
Oh, here's a goodie. Weapon skill. If weapon skill were to be made less meta-defining, tick which changes or alternatives are appealing. The most popular choice is what blew my mind on this one. I found this one like super surprising. Just make it irrelevant after 300.
is the most popular choice with
That
35%.
is surprising, yeah.
I think that's if anyone's engaged with it, other than Tito, no one's actually a fucking fan of it. Where you go, oh yeah, I just have to have +8, ideally minimum, and that's it. It kind of like just locks you
So
for a couple
it's
of slots.
basically like not deleting weapon skill from the game, but sort of deleting it from the game, because it turns it into, you know how when you level, like let's say you're a warlock, you know how when you level it says, oh, you are now 90 out of 90 affliction, demonology, and destro or whatever, and you're like, well, that fucking doesn't mean anything to me. That's effectively what this would change weapon skill into.
Not really, because you do actually have to go. You just get those when you level up, because that is I think that's like an old alpha system that got just taken away once the game actually came out.
No, but I'm saying you'll still
So
have to level. You'll still have to level your weapons. I get that. And if you pick up a new weapon, oh, I've got to get this sword from 1 to 300. But I'm saying once you get to 300, it becomes entire your main weapon, like it will get to 300 naturally anyway. It'll just become irrelevant at that point.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. It becomes irrelevant once you hit 308, except now you have to use 2 specific items for like half the game.
I guess I don't mind. Like, I know I'm probably in the minority on this, but like, I think a big part of Classic is that weapon skill, though. Like, I think it's cool that like orcs use axes. You know what I mean? And if you're not an orc, you use like core leather gloves and daggers, or you use Edgemaster's handguards. I think that's like a big part of Classic.
I agree. I like it. I voted, the one I ticked here was the consumable. I said, keep it relevant, but make the plus weapon skill thing a consumable I can buy on the AH.
I like the theme of it. Like, I like the theme of an orc using an axe, but my big counterpoint to it is that it does not make you play the game differently. It is literally a subconscious stat. You tick the box that you've got it, you're sorted, and it doesn't make you play any different. It doesn't give you any abilities. It's not like, once you hit 310 sword skill, you actually unlock like a fucking ability that is cool to press. It is just a stat in a window that you'll never look at again, and you just know that I've got my age core leather gloves and my fucking distracting dagger or mugger's belt, and I'm Gucci. It's not an actual active part of the game.
I ticked enchant as well, actually. I like the enchant consumable angle.
I picked absolutely everything except for the nothing option. So nothing was 25%. I'm surprised that people are just happy to like suck shit, boys. Fucking hope that someone's selling edges on your server for 5k. 28% want more items. 22% are happy for enchants. 30% are cool with quest chains to learn increased weapon skills. 23% want the racials removed, and only 7% want consumables. Which stat system is the most ideal for Classic? 53% voted for the percent hit, the percent crit. 21% voted for TBC ratings, and 26% voted for Wrath ratings. This was a question that I regret how I worded it, because after talking with Josh, he says he is just a boomer. He likes percentages more than rating. So when people voted for vanilla percent, I hope that it wasn't because of that. Like, I meant that there's 1% hit and there's 2% hit.
Yeah,
and that is it.
And when I said to you, I was like, no, that's not what I mean, because obviously that can stack out of control. I'm okay with seeing on my screen, this item grants you 0.3% hit. And I go, okay, I know what that means.
Yeah, well, this is just a big murky old question, because literally the Wrath ratings and the TBC ratings are percentage based. It's just not by default the green text. Like when you mouse over it, it's still a percent chance. But this is just a whatever question. Like, I'm happy to kind of go past it for that reason. It was a shit question in hindsight. I should have explained it a bit better. Professions, would you like to see high impact BIS items as a result of crafting in Classic Plus? 60% said yes, 25% said neutral, 15% said no. I did see some people criticized it in that, like, it's just going to force like a crafting meta. I think if you played SoD, you would realize that that's not the case. Like, leatherworking was good for rogues the whole time, and a lot of them did go it, but you weren't re-rolling to just get the BIS crafted wrists or some shit, just as an example. Because there would be an alternative option that was ever so slightly less than BIS, But I think it's cool if tailors, every second phase actually craft their BIS helm, for example. So I don't think anyone's really surprised by that. Should professions give equal player power in a unique manner? 83% said yes, 17% said no. That's kind of like what SoD did with the sigils and
Yep.
fucking enchants and shit. Should engineering be changed to be less mandatory?
This was surprising.
67% said yes, 33% said no.
I'm
These
kinda
kind of
shocked.
go hand in hand. Like, that's why I'm not surprised. I'm actually surprised engineering wasn't like more in favor of just being balanced a bit more. Like, make the bombs BOE and sellable to anyone that's not an
Yeah,
engineer.
that's
that
what got
would
me.
probably be
I'm
enough.
kind of shocked that a third of responders like having engineering be mandatory for PvE and just leave it as it is, that we have to take that and I effectively only get one profession choice.
Yeah, so I'm surprised it's not just, like Crutus saying, fucking just chuck in
Should
a
this-
dog shit easy throw.
Should this question have had maybe like a I don't care or neutral? Because there might be people who don't understand who are, I don't want to say noobs, but just don't understand the complexity of how required it can be if somebody wants to.
You'd have to be playing offline in a sandbox version of the game with no other players to not know that engineering has by far the biggest dick in Classic. Like, literally almost no matter what facet of the game you're interested in, it should probably be you would know that it's the best option. I'm not saying that everyone would have it, but everyone
There's a lot of
surely will know now.
lot of bad and dumb people who play this game, so I would not say that.
Sir, my people are offended by that comment. How dare you? Keep going, mate.
Som and SoD brought changes to gathering and crafting. Did you like these? Would you have them in Classic Plus? 60% of people would like similar changes in Classic Plus. This was about, Black Lotuses being on all high-level nodes and shit like that. I mean, it's all pretty obvious.
We lost him for a second. That's all right. He'll be back in a minute. If I can just get you guys just to comment while Ubiquitous is reconnecting. What are your thoughts so far in general on some of these? Are the answers going the way you would have guessed, or have you been shocked by some?
They're going pretty smooth, I think. It's kind of funny that the no's are usually, like, you can't even see the percentage because it's so small.
I think just to double down on something Ubiquitous said earlier, and this isn't about bullying or anything like that, but I think
We've all come to know it.
sorry,
I haven't seen
Ubi, you
anyone
there?
complain about
Ubi, you there? You just dropped out for
Hello?
the last 45 seconds.
Yeah, I could still hear you. It's just like my output lags out or some shit.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me just finish one thing I was just quickly saying, and then go back to what you were saying just about this one. I was just going to say that, I'm one of the more surprising things for me has been more like Ubiquitous said, that we do get a seemingly loud representation of thoughts from the era and vanilla P server players and all that stuff that really sort of do tend to rise to the forefront on a lot of arguments. But this survey is really showing me that in mid 2024, the current Classic player base is made up of about 20% of people that really, really love and only want to play era. And I thought it was maybe going to be higher than that, but that's one of the big takeaways from me, that it's the size of the voice of that percentage is louder than the percentage, like I would have thought. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you just look at Reddit, it's fucking 9 out of 10 threads say that SoD shit and what it did shit, and then you actually talk to anyone that's playing it, or like, there's a lot more people playing SoD than what there are playing Error, but somehow the Reddit is just threads about how shit SoD is and how good Error is.
And Magan, I completely understand this is only a 3,000 person survey, and this is an incredibly small slice of the fucking player base. But on the same hand, you also have to remember this: like, you can't shoot down the survey either, because, like, I mean, I don't know, I do follow a lot of politics, guys, but like, a good poll is super duper important and weighty. Like, they're not just like, oh, that doesn't count. Like, yeah, sometimes it's you've got to remember that polls are just predictions, but like, they still speak a lot of truth. Like, at the end of the day, let's say, for example, hypothetically, let's say there's I don't know, fucking 500,000 people playing the classic franchise right now, right? I don't know if that number's wrong or right or whatever. Let's just say there's 500,000 people. And we've gotten 3,000 people to reply to this survey. So you're looking at like just under 1%, like 0.7% of the population has filled out this survey, right? If you had a political poll in America that surveyed 0.7% of registered voters, that's a huge fucking sample size and would really mean something. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, these political polls and stuff like that, they'll only sample like 3, 4, 5,000 people.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So like, don't
and the
discount
other-
the survey.
And it
Anyway,
extrapolates 300 million.
yeah.
And you've still got, like, you go back to the first one, the whole point of the first question. Yeah, McGahn, there's 36% of people that took this said that classic vanilla is their favorite version of WoW. And then every question since, like, only 8% of people are in favor of anything to do with vanilla. So you would expect, if 36% of vanilla fans were the base of the survey, you would expect some of these questions that are about vanilla to be 36% in favor of it, on average. But even within that community, it's a third positive feedback going, yeah, it's my favorite version of the game, but I don't like that system in it. So that's where that very top question gives us our form check for the rest. I cut out during that, but I mean, that's not really a surprise. I was, yeah. I think yes, but a reducing in capacity was a fair answer as well, because like some of the herbing shit's just fucking crazy. How should any new zones affect Azeroth? All of the above was the dominant answer of more areas to level, high level zones for PvP and PvE events, and also save them and use them as big content patches like Silithus is for AQ. I imagine people's mind would go to, say, a Hyjal zone, save that. Don't give us Hyjal to level in. Give us Hyjal when it's time to do battle for Hyjal as a raid in Classic Plus, is what I assume. General world enrichment, not really a surprise. I mean, who would turn it down? 5% of people turned down a general world enrichment of rare spawns, rewarding chests, and leveling events. 21% say, yeah, whatever, doesn't really matter. And 73% said, sure, why not?
I'll be back in 1 minute.
All good. Are you a fan of scheduled events occurring in Azeroth? 30% no, 70% yes. I guess that's kind of it was a vague question, but I mean, SoD's had examples of it, and people can say that Ashen Vale was shit, but fuck, I saw a lot of players do it for a long time. So, and then eventually it did end up in a pretty good spot.
I've liked STV and the PvE aspect of Blackrock Mountain. I think they're cool. They kind of funnel people to certain spots.
Yeah, that's kind of all this meant. Like, so I think some Reddit comments were shitting on me saying, "Oh, what a crap question," but it kind of was just like, "Hey, do you like knowing that if you go to Azshara between 3 and 4 o'clock, there's a bit of a fucking party going on, yo?" I kind of
I
like
think
those
that's
things
cool.
happening in the world. You just got to make the event. It just has to be an opt-in. Like, you don't really have to do BRM. It's just kind of beneficial if you do. Like,
Yeah, I liked for STV that you could talk to the troll and like get immune from it. I think they should do more stuff like that for if they do future events.
Timed events are just crap if it's like, oh, we all 100% need this rep to Exalted, and you all have to be there for the next 2 months doing it at 3 o'clock every day. That's kind of lame. Like, some people just didn't do Ashen Vale because they didn't like the event and they didn't care enough about the Exalted braces. Fair enough. They weren't that impactful anyway. I really hated this question. I tried to type this fucker over like 20 times, and it's just a shit question to try and put all in one. But select how the developers should consider revamping parts of the reputation system. The most popular choices were to make them more engaging to complete. So just more quests and stuff, like rather than just either slaughtering mobs or grinding dungeons over and over and over and getting rep for killing mobs, actually give us quests to do and stuff. And then 40% of people just said make them more rewarding and also more powerful, I guess, in their rewards. 11% said that the faction system's fine as it is, reputation faction. And I threw this in just as a bit of a curveball to see or get people thinking out of the box. Make the grinds worse, but make them account wide in some capacity. 25% of people were down for that. The flight path optimization, I'm surprised. Again, this is maybe my answer deterred people.
This shocked
but
me. This fucking blew me away.
I had so 72% of people have said yes to optimizing Classic's flight path system, and maybe it's because I wrote speed it up as if the fucking Griffin's going to fly at 9,000%
Yeah.
movement speed or something, and they just
But you also said make smarter trips.
yeah. So like now you don't have to. I can't remember which one it is that if Alliance don't have, you literally fly like a U around the entire fucking
Yeah.
continent to get somewhere.
There's the go north, south, east, and west to go south.
This is genuinely one of those ones that seems so minor, but you look at this and go, "Fucking hell! Did someone like pay a bot system to just fill out shit answers?" Because I can't believe almost 3 out of 10 people
Yeah.
said, "Nah, bro, flight system's perfect."
Fucking 28% of
know.
responders think it's great as is. Like that is, I can't
Why'd you
believe
click
that.
no?
Because I think on one of the podcasts you made the argument that it's like it's fine, you go AFK for 7 minutes or whatever, like who cares? And that's kind of how I feel about it. It's like some of the flights are like a little long and annoying, but it's like I don't know. I've been playing the game for like so long, I'm really numb to it. So
Oh,
it's like I like the
I
excuse
only-
to like
I
get
only
up and
said
stretch and use the restroom and stuff like that. So
I only said that because I'm a min-max human. I'll literally hit the flight from Undercity to Cargath and go wash fucking dishes in the sink.
Yeah,
'cause I
yeah,
just
we
can't
all do it. I agree.
yeah, I like having that option.
That's not good. Like I want to be playing the game. I'm just opting to not feel like I'm wasting 7 minutes.
No, but I've said it before as well on the show. Like I don't mind the flights being a flight. You know what I mean? But if you gave me the option of improving it, I'm fucking taking that every day of the week. Now I'm not talking insta travel, but I'm saying, you know, for whatever reason, the 6-minute flight from Cargath to Booty Bay, like, yeah, make it 3. Okay, like I'm fine with that.
Right. And there's no reason that if I fly from Thorium Point to Booty Bay, flies me to Cargath, back to Thorium Point, then to Booty Bay. Like, obviously, we can optimize this a little bit.
I'm just worried so many people use the flights as their bio breaks. If they fly too quick, do you guys just shit your pants at your computer or something? Like, because I'm going to go to the toilet when I need to go to the toilet, whether I'm flying
to
or
be
not.
fair, I mostly do just I'll tab while it's happening, but I don't know. It's nice to like not have to pay attention to WoW, and you can like not engage with it for like a little bit.
I've got to take a shit. I'm just going to take a flight path, so I'm allowed to.
Hey, Ubi, we got the summon for you. You ready?
Yeah, sweet.
All right, let's keep going. Rip through it. You got to go soon, brother.
Yeah, I got about 40 minutes before
Alright.
the missus starts kicking in the office door. Would any version of flying be acceptable? You flying dogs, go. Get out of here.
Hey, 14.5 said yes.
Yeah, I want to shout out these lunatics. I put in this almost as a joke. Yes, but you buy it from the taxi master. So you show up and you pay like 10 gold to get 5 minutes of flying, and then it parachutes you to the floor. I want to know those people. So shout out.
Turtle WoW has a similar system, so
Do
maybe
they?
that's what got these people.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I had no idea. I just pulled that out of my ass going, that would be hilarious to see who could find the most like bugged spot in the game within 5 minutes of flying. So flying's in the bin, soz guys, sell them out. Is it a negative effect that new quests might result in you not visiting parts of the world during your leveling journey? 64% said no, 36% said yes. If you're in the 36%, let me know that you definitely visit every single zone on the map while you level and you don't level in dungeons at all. I'd love to hear from you. I was surprised. I thought this would be like whatever, dude. Like I literally never, ever, 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 ever do a quest in Desolus because I hate the zone. I would just rather grind mobs somewhere else in the world than go to Desolus. But for some people, it seems like it's a bit of a checklist to go to particular zones. I don't do Desolus. I don't do Badlands. So, yeah, that was surprising. Should Azeroth have more graveyards? 80% yes, 20% no.
20% of you are insane.
Yeah. Guild banks in Classic Plus, and 81% yes. 15%. This is another one of those ones. You mentioned guild banks on Reddit, and there will be comments about how no, it's a social thing, dude. You message your GM on Discord while he's trying to have dinner with his family to log on to trade pots to the Flask Master of the guild. That's social. There's fucking 3.8% of you that don't want guild banks. You're banished. You're muted on the topic from here.
Just on but my last comment on the question before that, I'm just going to say for the 20% of you that think that Classic Plus shouldn't have more graveyards, do the 6-minute run. Do the 6-minute run from fucking Camp T to RFD, and then talk to me.
Yeah, or
I think
be
I voted
Horde
no
and
on Banks.
be Horde and wipe on Oni, and you'll change your mind real quick. You voted no to Guild Banks, DC Green.
I might have. I'm trying to think because like these are like
Fucking
things
hell.
that like I don't think they're like a really big issue. Like this wouldn't like what drives me to like Classic Plus, and it's like
Are you a
whatever. A guy
GM
just
or an
like me
officer?
out. I've been one, and so it makes it really easy to steal all the stuff when it's on your own character when the guild implodes. But like that's not why I voted no.
God damn, you're our new Spahana. You're Spahana 2.0. We could get both of you in here, and it.
I don't think I'm as rigid as him, but I'm starting to see how much of a boomer I am.
Well, at least you're not toxic about it, though. That's the thing. You can still just have a laugh. How should you search
I don't
for a
think
guild to
Spahana's
join?
toxic about it.
No, I'm not saying Fahana is either. I
we
mean
all
the
know what
fucking
you're
Reddit
saying, you
cronies
fucking
that
cunt.
blow up at everybody for not being in their 3%.
Yeah.
How should you search for a guild? I was surprised by this. I thought just fucking finding people on. I always just go to Warcraft logs and look at my server by progress rankings and fucking go hit them up. 50% of people want an interface that has guild advertisements. So I'm pretty sure retail has this. 34% just say read the looking for group channel, bro. Would guild halls be an exciting addition to Classic Plus? Instanced entries like the PvP hall. I envision them. This is all just fucking. I kind of edited what Kef sent me as a suggestion for this question. Pretty much just a little customizable house. It went as I expected. 30% yes, 40% yes, but I don't really care if it's in the game or not. But it would be fun. And 28% said no. I'm guessing the 28% who said no are because it'll make people hang out in there instead of in the city. I don't actually agree with that. I think it'll literally just be maybe you're going in there to go to your guild bank and you see a guildie in there and then you'd leave. Like no one's AFKing in the guild hall more than Org Bank Roof because that's where the cool cats hang. Would a currency reward, blah 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 blah, completing dungeons be a benefit to Classic? 82% said yes, 18% said no. This is, in my mind, it's just like the Real system, fucking Justice badges, whatever the fuck system you want from the first 3 Classics. There were a shitload of them, and lots of people like them. How would you change the PvP system in Classic Plus? I found this very interesting. I really didn't expect 7.5% to just want the vanilla ranking system as it is.
Did you think it would be more or less?
Way less. I didn't think anyone would have wanted it.
That's about what I was expecting.
Yeah, and then I'm just biased. This is where you interpret it in your own way. I'm here looking at that, and it's the guys that did get rank 14. They know that they'll always get rank 14, and they're happy for it to be a shit grind that's niche so that no one else gets it. That's my fucking interpretation of the 7%. None of them are looking at it going, no, I had a really fun time doing that. I loved AFKing.
Or just the hardest of hardline no changes. I don't care what effect it has on lives or anything. It's if it was in vanilla, it's in the game.
But that crowd doesn't seem to have really populated the results of this survey, though, have they?
No, not that's what I'm saying is that the hardcore no changes guys seem to make up about 20% of the community. So even half of them agree.
They made up 80% of the fucking replies to this on any form of social media. That's for sure.
So half of the hardcore era purists agree that the rank 14 system's got to go.
Yes. I was surprised that the most popular answer at almost 30% is what we have in SOM and SoD, or Error, I think has it, where
I think this is surprising also.
It's the same, but you just don't have decay. And I was actually expecting that to almost be like the second most popular option because people would want something more progressive or more inclusive to efforts. 22% want the R14 grind, but all progress counts. So if you earn 2k honor that week, you go 2k closer to the next rank. I thought this would by far be the most popular choice because then there's no longer earning 75k bad luck, bro. You needed 77k. Your 75k is worthless. It earned you nothing. I voted for this option, 21%, rank 14 grind, no decay, and it's actually like a prestige model where you can redo it, and maybe by the time you've done rank 14 5 times, you get like a mount or some shit, and that just makes the guys that love PvP, it gives them a fucking carrot on a stick that they will never catch. And I mean, like, fucking hell, do it 50 times and you get to be called like Big Dick Lord Commander of the fucking Alliance or something. But I thought that would have been fun. And then 20% of people just want to fuck it off and just go to like the point system that Wrath and stuff brought in. I mentioned Wrath because I feel like that was when it was kind of comfortable with Arena and shit.
Let me just before you get to the next question, let me just say something real quick. I know I just gave that caveat about how it seems like 1 out of 5 of responders to this survey seem to be the classic era, purist, no changes kind of crowd. I just want to say that doesn't mean that 4 out of 5 responders to this survey are, oh, it's the retail crowd, or this is the fucking SoD crowd. Of course they're going to like a fucking... They don't even play vanilla. Fuck them. And it's not that. The 4 out of 5 are people who have fucking played, or like, obviously I'm guessing, but like it's an educated guess. These are classic players that have played every version of the game. Like, I love vanilla, and I'm part of the 4 out of 5 that's not a classic era purist or no changes guy. So like the 4 out of 5 aren't people that hate vanilla or hate on era. It's just that it's not their like number one preferred game. This is the only game I want to play for the rest of my life. I just wanted to add that as a little bit of flavor so people don't think that this survey is skewed in terms of, oh, these are just fucking modern Zoomers who only want to play retail. It's not that. We love Classic and the franchise and all the games and iterations on offer in it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we would still be here in this podcast about Countdown to Classic if we didn't love it, even though we want to make changes to it.
Sorry, Uvi, keep going.
I've really fucking like, I think a good thing to mention this late is that like my version of Classic Plus isn't being released as a static game and like you just hope that they hit home runs on every single system. Like, for example, next question, would you add PvP Arena to Classic Plus? I voted for yes, just as an alternate to BGs. And you say if it's 3v3 Arena, even though there's 3 of you, it doesn't split the honor. All 3 of you would earn like a kill's worth of honor, which I think is 252 or some shit at level 60. And you would just earn honor that way. And I like mind you, 43% of people voted for the same as I did. Where, you know, sometimes you get on and you go, oh, fucking, we'll just play half an hour of arenas. And that might be 10 games, could be 8 games. And you just don't feel like filling up that whole time slot with one single A-B match that ends up like being a loss anyway. But then say this system got implemented and it turned out that we just abused the shit out of it and no one did BGs, fucking scrap it. Get rid of it, disable it, change it, and somehow. Like, this isn't like you're adding PvP, you're adding Arena in and it might be wrong upon launch. That's not how I see Classic Plus, but there are people that are hoping to get a Classic Plus that is static, no changes, except they get more raids added on. And I don't think the devs will ever launch a perfect Classic Plus.
I'll give you an example of when, like, I know people get prickly about Arena, but I'll give you an example of when an Arena implementation would go well. Think of SoD right now. People only doing AV, no war songs, no Arathi's on offer. There's basically no PvP in Battlegrounds right now. If you had an Arena option sitting there and you could earn honor from it, oh, fuck. How many fucking people do you think would be diving on that?
That's an interesting like point, is that you can say, oh, like someone's counterpoint to this will be, but you'll make people not do Battlegrounds. Brother, no one's fucking doing them already. How much worse could it be? Oh, but they should incentivize you to go do those other ones. Yeah, they do. It's called a fucking BG weekend, and it's worth double the honor. Then people go play that one. That's why it was fucking brought in, to actually cycle engagement between all of them. Not all 5 Battlegrounds have to be like have 10 games going at the same time. They can just go in waves, which is how it does at the moment.
But all the Battlegrounds should have more than 0 games going.
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that a result? Sorry.
You go.
Isn't that just a result of the R14 system? Like, if the only goal with PvP is to grind out as much honor as you possibly can, then that's what people are gonna do. If Arena is the best, that's what people are gonna do. It is kind of like there's a reason why I took the approach of I think they should just scrap the system. I think the R14 system is garbage because it just leads to people trying to maximize the amount of honor they get.
Yeah, well, I said that on the last episode where if you make the system better, the battlegrounds probably don't need any changes. I would 100% rather play 15 hours of Arathi Basin than 10 hours of AV.
Agreed.
Even though it would be less efficient, I would do that. But my problem is I don't have the luxury of 15 hours of AB. I've really got to fucking min-max my honor per hour so I don't miss my ranking threshold. So if all progress was made, I would just AB instead. But you can't. And so just getting rid of that would probably be a buff to, like, you'd get the Warsong Gulch Andes. They'd love to fucking crank their pre-mades and verse each other more than being AFK in AV bunkers. At least I'd hope.
But I'm also the weirdo, Ubi, just to pile on this, and I know that I'm in the minority here. I'm the weirdo that would wait in a 10-minute queue for an AB as opposed to a 1-minute queue for an AV because I want to actually PvP, even though the honor per hour would be significantly worse. More people want to not play the game and just get their free honor than actually do the PvP. I'm the opposite. So, like, the problem is 0 games are popping, so it's not a 10-minute wait. It's you'll be waiting forever.
Yeah, but I think one of the bigger problems, like, I could literally spend every hour that I play WoW in queuing AB, and I probably wouldn't be able to rank. Like, I literally wouldn't be able to play enough to hit the threshold. But if there were no thresholds and I could just make progress at 30k at a time, then happy days. I'd play AB.
I
But at the
agree. I
moment-
think the threshold's terrible.
So, yeah.
the thresholds
So
suck.
I'm just surprised. I'm really surprised that people still want fucking stepped progression. Like, I reckon it should just be live. Don't even wait for maintenance. Like, literally grind it like a rep bar. Anyways,
I think it's also weird from an immersion standpoint because this one guy is like PvPing all the time, and then he becomes like a general, a warlord of like your faction, and then as soon as he hits that rank, he never PvPs again after that. He just disappears from the battlefield because he's like recovering from all the sleepless nights and stuff like that they've spent. So I think it's like really weird from like an immersion standpoint as well.
So 30% actually want arena full TBC mode onwards, like with raiding and shit like that, and 30% don't want any arena whatsoever, and again 40% are happy to have arena as an alternative for honor farming. Should there be PvP stats for PvP? 70% of people just said nah bruv, stam is bis. So I kind of like that. Resilience is a different can of worms. It can work. It hasn't worked. It had worked. So, I mean, it's kind of a nothing question to me anyway, but it was just an interesting measuring stick. If you had to choose, what would you prefer? More instance battlegrounds or world PvP objectives and events? I did not think this would be even remotely close. I thought everyone would just want more battlegrounds. But 44% of people want shit popping off in the world, like Ashenvale, STV, BRM, maybe we'll get a spruced up version of the EPL towers, that kind of stuff. But 57% just want more battlegrounds, which, yeah, I thought there'd be a lot more than that. Crowd control in PvP, should it be tweaked? 30% think that vanilla PvP and me sapping a guy for 50 seconds is fine.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that.
48% of people want shorter CC and overlapping diminishing returns. I intentionally left this bland because, like, I don't know if everyone knows how, PvP works in retail and shit, but, like, I'm not saying it would be 9-second saps and stuff, but just shorter and overlapping diminishing returns. And, 22% were opting for the in-between where things are shorter, but like, it's only unique to your own diminishing returns so that 2 people can still chain stun 1 person, I guess, is what they're opting for there, or at least that's how I think they've interpreted it. This monstrosity, I'm going to put my money on DC Green. I think you said the other day that you're happy for dishonorable kills to stay in.
I said no such thing.
36% of people want dishonorable kills to stay in the game as they are.
Wild.
I am mystified.
Wild.
I'm mystified.
These last 2 are crazy.
I thought we want to go like fight in the city and stuff. I thought that'd be cool. But maybe there's just people going, oh, some guy's going to come camp Crossroads. Bro, they can't kill you if you don't hit them. and then just make the quest mobs unkillable. I this blew my mind. I thought this would be a 90-10. No joke. That was my prediction.
Yeah, I imagine it's everyone's experience that there hasn't been like one city raid from the opposite faction in all of SoD, and I imagine that DK is the entire reason, so just scrap them.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. It happened in Ashenvale for Horde. There's a civilian up along the beach there, and you could get baited into AoEing it, and everyone would just flame and report whoever fucking killed it. So I'm shocked. I'm shocked that wasn't like 90-10. This is fucking an upset, Josh. We're gonna go over it real quick. He might go into a 17-minute fucking rant.
No.
Would you like to see res timers after multiple deaths redesigned? 73% in favor, 27% say no. I like reading Josh saying "fuck this." I've been dead for 14 of the last 18 minutes. This is bullshit. Fuck this.
I get it. I understand why 28% of people don't want to change it, because I think that they're afraid of the PvP implications. I personally am okay with messing slightly with the PvP implications in the open world, because number one, not many of you fucking scaredy cats PvP in the open world anyway. Number two, I just think it's okay to not, like, I mean, I'm not going to go on the rant. I'm not going to do it. I'm not that surprised by that number.
We're on to rating endgame now, by the way. Should Classic Plus push beyond Tier 3 and Nax? 66% of people say yes, add new raids with better rewards to enable power creep. 30% said yes, add horizontal content. My player power remains pretty capped out, but there's just new things to do. I've had horizontal content explained to me in like 3 different ways, so I just tried to make it blatantly obvious as you're literally not going to get stronger. It will be like different tier for a different look and different set bonuses that make you play different, but you're still going to do 2k DPS next phase. That's how I wanted to word horizontal here. I'm surprised 30% of people are happy to just hit 2k DPS and then go raid with the boys for 6 more months to get a 4-set bonus that makes them cast Fireball instead of Arcane Missiles now or something. But yeah, it's pretty obvious. Like 2/3 of all players want fucking... they want to get stronger each time they release a raid, even if it's a little bit. And 4% said no, Nax is the pinnacle of raiding for Classic Plus. Who are yous? If your character only made marginal power gains between raid tiers, would this decrease your likelihood to play? 80% said no, because we have, I feel, the community shows its hand every phase, and we go, brother, that dagger's 1.2 DPS more. It's going to make me do 4007 instead of 4006. I need to farm it. So we're pretty happy to chase tiny fucking numbers. 22% said yes, it would make them less likely to play if they didn't have big power creep. Is it good that powerful items are scattered between raid tiers to keep previous content relevant? 95% of people have said yes. This might be the biggest one-way vote on the survey, I think. So people like that you keep farming Molten Core for Thunder Furies and Onslaught Girdles. Obviously, I just use classic examples. Classic Plus would probably have different items that are super powerful for a couple of tiers.
It might be influenced by the rating question too.
Huh?
That might be influenced by the rating question, because didn't most people vote to just keep it percentages and stuff? And I think that's like, if you keep the percentage base, like hard percents, like 2% hit on a Curia, then you kind of have to put like chase items in the old content. I think that's how I kind of look at it.
Yeah, like DFT will just, like, people will do BWL to get DFT, even if by that stage it's the second best trinket, because it will just be so good for so long.
Yeah, and I think it's good for new players. It means that there's always raids that are churning through that old content that gives them a chance to catch up and level alts and stuff.
Yeah.
You there, Ubi? Did we lose you again? You might be able to hear me. We can't hear you. Yeah, his Discord's having a day today. It really is. Uvi, just put pause on whatever you're saying. We'll let you know when you've got you back. let's see here. This one on raid size is obviously carries a bit more weight given what was announced today with BBWL and ZG. I think that.
I'm back.
Oh, sorry, you're back now. Yeah, well, I was just leading you. I've set up the fucking results for you. Now hit us off.
Yeah, well, I think it's real good reconfirming or confirming again for him that this flex rating is a fucking good idea.
Yeah.
Because
So what was it?
what's the most popular
36% for flex.
Yeah.
Can I ask
36%
why you
would pay
didn't
for
go higher to 40 with the flex rating? Like you've gone 10 to 25.
sorry.
10 to
Why not more?
25, yeah.
I was saying when I was DCing, I just didn't think, I thought they just wouldn't do it. But 20 to 40 is better. Like 10 to 40 is the best. Obviously 10 to 20 and 20 to 40. I just literally didn't expect them to do it. I thought that they would just water everything down and to be around the same size.
To be honest,
So,
though, if that
what
answer,
they've done is better.
if you had another option there that said flex rating from 20 to 40, I think it's more of probably a vote in the flex option than the numbers attached to it, if you know what I mean.
No, I disagree with that
Really?
because I think you can have loot distribution issues at 20-man levels.
Yeah.
Kind of comps end up being melee dominant or caster dominated, whereas if you were to go to slightly larger, then you can potentially have equally distributed groups.
Fair enough.
But yeah.
Yeah, I got grief about writing 10 to 25. I just thought it would be not even a chance that they'd do flex rating up to 40, but I'm glad that they have. What they've done is better than any of these options here, and I would vote for what they've done this week
All
in
right.
this PTR.
What's the next one?
So, should Classic Plus lean into various modes of difficulty? This surprised me a lot. 35% of people said, no, let's all just do the same raid. Same difficulty, same raid, same loot for everybody. I thought the like heat levels, I thought that would be a more popular choice. That was actually the third most common choice. So 21% of people want normal and heroic just gives you more of the same power loot. 29% of people wanted normal and heroics gave you cosmetic shit. 35% just want no fucking difference, and 16% of people want normal and heroic gives you better loot. So I think that became pretty apparent in Wrath. When we played through Wrath, a lot of people were pretty shitty that they couldn't do like old war hard modes and stuff. And you know, you feel like you're really close. So if you had the hard mode loot, you'd be able to do hard mode, but you can't, and then you don't get the loot, so you can't kill it. Like it was kind of that's the impression I got from a lot of the middle tier guilds. So I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. I thought more of the same loot because we're a bunch of goblins would have been popular, but no, it sounds like we just want to do the same thing. But I'm ultimately pretty neutral. Which era of Classic had the best consumables environment, excluding anything to do with professions and the world buffs on top? 40% of people think Wrath had the best consumables positioning. So you'd go to raid with a flask, you'd bring feasts or food buffs, you got haste pots, and you still had faps and shit like that. And then 40% think Classic is the best, where you have fucking jujus, consumes, oils, food, chili breath, all that. And 20% voted for TBC, which is a bit of a middle ground because you still got scrolls and stuff for TBC. This is divisive as fuck. Don't know what they're gonna do. I voted for Wrath because I was like, yeah, fuck it. You know, you bring your own food. You've got your flask. Haste pots are fun. I don't really like pre-potting, but that's just the thing of Wrath that could probably be gotten rid of. And you know, using a FAP and stuff was still super powerful on some bosses. Sorry. Yeah,
I'm a classic enjoyer here. I like being overpowered as hell with all the different things you can stack.
It would be super interesting if people were still just as down for world buff for consumables like Classic if you didn't have the world buffs on top, because then it's like the world buffs, the consumables become even more powerful because they're all overlapping. Like that's the whole concept, and we all know it, and it is
Yeah, that's
it is
what's
fun.
cool.
But
Yeah,
if
Yes,
you
percentages based on percentages based on percentages.
Yeah, so but would you still be using, 14 different consumables when you don't have world buffs propping them the fuck up as well? Like 14 consumes that do 2 DPS more each would probably be less popular potentially. But with world buffs on top, it is fucking crack, straight in the veins. How does the player base enjoy endgame WoW? 46% say they clear raids and they're kicking back with the boys. 28% are fucking pumping.
This shocks me because only 28% of people have said that they're pass lords, and I thought it would be much higher.
I think these guys say they're chilling and they're happy to pass. I think 28% is like, nah, our whole guild is like trying to crank out a fucking 90 every fight, but obviously they can't. Not everyone can. PvP enthusiasts make up 12.5%. 4% is the non-raiding wanderer. 5% were Mythic Plus dungeon animals from retail. 1% retail raiding, and 4% are speedrunning raids.
Stand tall, my PvP brothers and sisters, all 12.5% of us.
That's more than what I thought it would be, but would achievements be a good addition to Classic Plus? 1/3 are saying yes, like every kind of achievement. Raid achievements, PvP achievements, exploration, profession, the works. 21% are neutral, so they don't care. They wouldn't hunt them, but they'd get them. 22% want achievements that don't have performance gatekeeping. So, there's not an achievement for clearing the raid because then they can't ask you to link your achievement when you go to a pug, I guess. And 24% are just no. I'm interested. Is anyone here a no?
I think I voted no.
I'm a no.
How come you know?
I think it's cringe. I mean, to be honest, I think a lot of things, I don't want to stand around in Orgrimmar and try to fish up Crafty just for an achievement. That's not fun to me. I would rather do almost anything else with my time.
Well, then you don't have to.
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, I know, but it's it's there, and then you have to do it. I don't know.
You don't. I think achievements are cool, and I never do any of them.
Yeah, unless I get something out of it.
I don't do a single fucking thing out of my way for achievements, but it's neat when it pops up and I go, oh, I've done something, but I've not once in my life have I gone one step out of my way to hunt down an achievement.
I kind of like the idea that your character stands on its own, and again, I'm used to the version of the game where they're not in it, but I like that people I wear my title charm all the fucking time so that people inspect me and go holy shit, this guy got a title charm. And I like that there's no achievement attached to that or anything like that, and that it's just this prestige item that I can wear and then people see it and they have to inspect me.
I think it's easy dopamine for the players that like it, and it's not taking away from the dopamine of those that don't care about it. So I was tempted to put this in and just put neutral as the actual lowest selection because I didn't actually know that some of you would be, or at least definitely not this many. I didn't know 1/4 of the population would go, no, I don't want achievements, even though I don't care about them. I don't want them for other people because they're weird. But
I don't know why there's not. Maybe it's too hard to do, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about because I'm not a fucking designer. But I don't know why you can't just flick an option in your base options that says don't display achievements for the people.
Yeah,
that care.
that could be an option they go for because a lot of the implementations you can just look at what's a popular add-on and all the things add-on. It's niche, but there's a big crowd there that like to actually say yes, I have every alchemy pattern in the game. I have every single pattern in the game, and I got a little achievement for it. Little yay for me. I don't know. I thought it would be. It's kind of like easy content, they're literally not adding anything. It's just a little fucking board that says, "Oh, you're doing things." So I thought it's a layup for the devs, but that's fucking the point of this shit. 1 in 4 aren't keen on it. Last two, thank fuck. I'm running out of voice. World buffs. How should world buffs exist in Classic Plus? 40% of players want them removed entirely.
That's shocking. I thought it would be lower.
44% are happy, they like them, but they want them to be made more convenient to get or hold. So kind of like SoD, I imagine. And only 17% of players love them exactly how they are in vanilla. With the cooldowns, oh, fuck, some idiot dropped Neff head at the wrong time. Let's get an Alliance Priest here to MC the guy so we can drop it again. But yeah, I'm actually surprised that 40% said remove them entirely. I think I was a vote for I like them, but make them easier to get.
Mate, I just want to say on this, the very loud discourse post Season of Mastery was, that's what you get for not putting world buffs in your game, you fucking idiots. That's what you get when you don't just do vanilla WoW. You get a dead version that nobody played. Put world buffs in, you fucking idiots. Blah, 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 blah. 40, and I thought that was like an overwhelming majority of people. 40% of people want to get rid of world buffs in Classic Plus.
I'm surprised. The next question is even more interesting to me. If they were made more convenient, what methods would be acceptable? I'm pretty sure some people didn't realize that some of these questions were fucking checkboxes. They just selected one. Like they selected their most in favor change instead of like you could have selected all of them. Because there is, in what fucking world is 1 out of 3 players happy with Oni and Neff cooldown timers? Please. What? How is 2/3 of you like knowing? Fuck! I missed Oni. Got to wait 6 hours. Who's out there saying that's fucking good game design?
Hey, you need to accept the result of your own survey, buddy.
Yeah, but I'm asking: is any of you the fucking guy that's going? Yes. I missed the 4 p.m. Oni. Now I need to stay up until 10 p.m. to get the next one, and
But
set
there's
alarms.
the only cooldown that's like that is DMF though, right?
No, in not. I'm talking classic. In SoD, there's no cooldowns. So I'm saying if you go back to classic, you had to wait 6 hours to get another Oni buff unless you killed the NPC.
Yeah.
So maybe
Yeah,
that's
right.
a problem of my question. The SoD guys answered this as if like it's the SoD as the basis. I'm referring to like classic. You go back to classic, you're waiting 6 and 9 hours for the Oni heads to be handed in. Even like repeat hand-ins. I thought that would be more popular. Only 50% of people want to be able to hand in Oni head over and over and over on the same character to be able to get the buff, so that you're not making like summon bot alts level up to 60 so they can get an Oni head to drop it later. But yeah, this was interesting. The SoD Chrono Boons were popular as fuck as expected. Everyone likes them. I know some people said, what if you could sell them? What if you could fill them up and then sell them on the auction house? That could probably be cool. But yeah, this last question was kind of like, fucking think out the box, make them more accessible in some way, shape or form. But I didn't want to add in a, write your answer here. And then I actually had to read through 3,313 replies as to how you would bring world buffs in. But that's it. We're done.
We're done. We made
That's the
it.
end.
We did it.
Yep. Thank you.
You did a fucking phenomenal job. Now you know what it feels like to be me to talk for that long.
Yeah, my throat is scratchy from talking this much.
There you go.
So,
Sure, that's not from last night.
could have been. So yeah, thanks for your help. Thanks for filling it out. I found it pretty interesting, and after all, like it wasn't a enormous amount of work. It was just a minor pain in my ass. The worst part was having to read some of the feedback by someone that's just like, oh, fuck me, just go play retail, you idiot. And it's like, okay, please don't fill out the survey. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thanks, guys.
No, mate, thank you so much again for doing that. The community has many, many thanks to throw at you for that. Guys, we'll start to wind it up. I'll just throw it out to the crowd. Any thoughts from all of those results that we haven't touched on yet that you really want to get off your chest? Anything that surprised you? Anything that didn't surprise you? Anything that we can do in the future with this and that we need to tap with force to the devs? Let me know. Go nuts, guys.
Are you going to make this data available so people can run like analysis and fun data graphics on it?
Yeah, Ubi, what
I'm
are you
going to
gonna
try to, but the problem is the only way I've found to give people like access to this results page. I mean, I can just put the spreadsheet out. I can save a version of the CSV file and make that public. But to actually get what I'm seeing on my screen, for example, this page, I haven't figured out how to share access without also just giving you the power to delete all responses for everybody. So I will make the data set public, and then it's up to you to go to Google Forms and like import the file yourself if you want to get back to this page. But if you have other data and analytical tools, then the CSV file should work for you anyway.
There you go.
I was going to ask, maybe make a channel. Make a channel in this Discord that's like survey results and kind of like lock it, and I will snip every single one of these and just post it in there, and then people can go back and browse if they want to particular answers for the next little while. At least another source of seeing the answers.
I just wanted to echo saying thanks for doing this. It was super fun to engage with it and see like all the different factions that play WoW and how they think about the game and stuff. It's been really like illuminating to see all that, and it's been fun to participate.
Yeah. Now we can all fucking shove our pitchforks at each other more than ever, now that we know what fucking tribe we're a part of.
The Living Flame server in the US, it absolutely exploded like 3 days after you had released this. We started posting it on different Discords, even the server Discord, and it just took off.
Oh, that's
like
great.
People were talking about it in the Looking for Group channel.
That's awesome. Good stuff.
So the data is heavily Living Flame skewed then.
It's possible. It's possible.
I aim to get 500 responses, and it would have still just been like good content for us to fucking talk about and whatever anyway. So to get 3.3k is pretty validating.
It's wildly exceeded expectations.
People talk about it daily on the Living Flame Discord. Just telling you, man, you've reached a large.
It'll be interesting to see now that unless he does a video on it, I don't know how much the stream will carry it, but it will be interesting to see the impact that like Zayu streaming it and showing his crowd the survey, whether or not that does anything to the numbers. Because I'm not sure if he just streamed it, he wouldn't have dropped a link. Like maybe you drop a link in chat or whatever, but it's not quite the
probably
same.
It'll just, his editor will fucking catch it after stream and fucking slap it on YouTube.
Yeah, so if it winds up on YouTube, it'll be interesting to see what that does to the numbers.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna leave it open. Like fucking someone can come vote on this shit next month if they want, because it doesn't matter to me. It's not like we're actually a business that's gonna make it a finite finish. Like it's not a marketing research program. It's just I'll just leave it there. People can fill it in for as long as they want, and I've just been saving like data sets at each milestone of responses anyway, like a hard copy on my computer.
Fuck, it'd be peak content to force Tim and Agren to fill it out side by side on a stream.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be pay-per-view.
That would be. I'd
there.
fucking pay for it as well. Yeah.
Someone just make sure if you see Asmon fucking put his eyes on this thing,
No.
drop me 1,000 pings in the Discord
Yeah,
so that
let
I
me
can
know.
save
Lock
the
the
last
results,
version
yeah.
before that absolute Planet of the Apes spectator fucking arena get their hands on this thing.
No, that's
and
it.
just put in 74,000 votes of whatever Asmon does.
His crowd would skew it so
Well,
badly. You'd have to know what the results were beforehand. Yeah.
It puts a timestamp of every entry, right?
Yeah. I could just delete from like
Yeah.
his stream onwards. That's it. Delete everything. Shut it down.
You never know.
Yeah,
You might
pretty
be
much just
surprised
say,
by what
hey,
the
anything
answers are.
from this point on forward is just not valid data.
The genuine problem is, like, I'm not saying his opinion shit. It's just that there's 70,000 people watching him, and they would just put in his answers to get his classic, and it would ruin
His
data.
opinion's not shit. It's the people that follow his
No,
opinion.
yeah, but that's the thing. You're also opening it up to a shitload of people that don't actually play the classic franchise that are now like, I'll just tell people what I think about their game that I don't even play.
Yeah, so I can get Asmongold what he wants.
Anyway, guys, I think we'll wrap it up there. Let's start saying our goodbyes. I was going to maybe do a ZG after this, but I'm not sure. Like, I'll see how it goes. It's getting pretty fucking hot here, so I can't think. But I'll say goodbye to all of you lovely people. Thank you for being here. Ubi, mate, you're a legend. Cheers. I'll see you next time.
Yeah, I'll hear from all of yous. My household rep is once again in tatters. Back to farming.
Very good. Have fun, mate. Vestige, thank you so much.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks again.
Thank you,
Thanks
Wonder.
all for your work, Ubi.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonder, you're a legend. Thanks for dropping in, mate.
Thanks for having me. Buffs, more buffs. Let's
That's
have more
it.
buffs.
I'll stick around, by the way, after this, guys. I'll end the stream, but I'll stick around in Discord if anyone wants to fucking hang out and have a chat while I play the game. Forded, thank you so much, mate.
Hey, I appreciate it. And my wife loved the dinner, and thanks you for letting me get my piece in before cooking.
Oh, well, good. I'm glad the oysters worked out. Go. I love you.
Love you
Take
too,
care,
bro.
man.
There's some PvP gear that was data mined too that we didn't get to talk about.
Oh,
so
what? What is it?
I'm stoked.
What is it?
What?
Tell me in 2
The
seconds.
stream going for 2 more hours?
There's new PvP loot, it looks like. So I'm stoked for that. I'm not really looking forward to BWL, but you bet your ass you're going to find me out in the open
Yeah,
world.
fucking
PvPing.
oath. I will see you on the battlefield, you chicken.
Hell yeah.
DC Green, mate, our latest vanilla enthusiast. Thank you so much, mate. You were fantastic.
Hey, thanks. It was so much fun being here. I really appreciate it.
Sinner, mate, it was good to get you in here. We caught up a few days ago shooting the shit over beers in Discord. It was good to get you involved in a show.
Thank you for having me.
My
I
pleasure.
hope to be able to join more next time.
My pleasure. Mandalore, mate, can you go get better?
Yeah, I've got to go to the shops first. Fucking missus is dying in bed first. So
Oh,
she's got
no.
priority.
Take care of it all. All right. Nobody die. All right. Ducks,
One of them
thank you
died.
so much.
Oh, absolutely, man. Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting to be on tonight, so I was like kind of surprised. But yeah, thank you so much.
No, my pleasure. And Fred, bringing up the rear, mate. Thank you so much. We'll have you on next week with a bit of a Classic Plus Shaman discussion or preview or analysis. Looking forward to that.
Sounds great. Yeah, no, thanks for having me on, and thanks again to Ubi for putting together this whole survey. It's very enlightening, I think.
Absolutely.